I'll have a number 4 meal with extra cheese, 2 Big Macs with a large fry, 3 apple pies, and a shamrock shake. Alright, Stan, your total comes out to $46.50. The land whale grunted approvingly as he shoved a greasy wad of crumbled bills into Gary's outstretched palm. Here's your change. I'll call your number when it's ready. Stan trundled away to await his late-night snack as Gary and I prepared the food. Jeez, man, does he have a family waiting at home for him or something? I whispered as Gary shoveled the fries into a red and yellow box. Blair, does that man look like he's got a wife and kids? Stan is one of our regulars. You'll see him pretty often if you stick with the night shift. I grimaced as I prepared the shake. Great. Lucky me. Hey, could be a lot worse. Honestly, Stan is the least of your worries, he said as a shudder rippled through his body. We processed the remainder of the food in silence. Gary and I then shuffled to the counter, each donning a full tray. Stan, orders up, Gary exclaimed, as the boulder of a man darted at alarming speed to retrieve his sodium-rich smorgasbord. He snatched the trays from us, hurriedly ambling back to his corner table. I watched in astonishment as the man inhaled his meal. Hey, could you help me sweep in the back? Best to do it now before any more customers. Gary was interrupted by an obnoxiously loud alarm blaring from his pocket. Stan looked up at him, glowering at the unwelcome ringing. Sorry, gotta take this, he said, darting to the kitchen and out of view. He returned a moment later. All the colour had drained from his face. He appeared sickly, like he'd suddenly caught a nasty case of the flu. It was my Aunt Norma. She said my parents were in a car wreck. Apparently my mum's in critical condition. He stared off into space, his brain slowly processing the tragic information he'd just received. Gary, I'm so sorry. Do you need me to call someone? He snapped out of his trance, tears brimming in the corner of his eyes. He quickly wiped them away. No, I'll be fine. Okay. But, with all due respect, what are you still doing here? Go be with your family, dude. I can handle closing up on my own. He locked eyes with me, a stern determination creeping over his countenance. You're right. I need to go. Here, take my key to the restaurant. There's a list of rules in Dave's office. Go and read them the first chance you get. You'll need to follow them to a T, no matter how ridiculous they sound. Got it? Yep, I'll take care of it. Now go, I said as Gary handed me a small silver object. He sprinted out of the front door, letting it slam shut behind him. I fashioned Gary's drive-through headset below my hat and headed to the back to familiarise myself with the nighttime protocols. I laboriously pushed open the door to Dave's office. You'd think that thing was made from solid gold, how heavy it was. I surveyed my surroundings, my eyes immediately falling to the life-size portrait beaming back at me. Really, Dave? Even I'm not that self-absorbed, I muttered, continuing my search. I defaulted to the pock-marked bulletin board to my right. There they were, posted clear as day. I swiftly scanned over them. Rules for the night shift. 1. You are allowed a 7-minute grace period. No exceptions. Rule 2. If a hooded figure knocks at the drive-through window, do not answer. Stay out of its direct line of sight and it will leave. Rule 3. If Stan claims that you forgot his pickles, offer him a free complimentary chocolate shake. If he refuses, lock yourself in the office and call Dave. Number 4. No outside food or drink. Number 5. If a blood-like substance begins seeping from under the grill, mop it up until it stops. No, it's not blood. Number 6. An old woman in a shawl will come in exactly 10 minutes past 1. Avoid looking at her for too long. She will not leave until you ask her where Tony is. Number 7. If a small child appears telling you he lost his mother, ignore him. He does not have good intentions. Number 8. You are required to comply with the employee dress code. Speak to management if you need clarification on what is acceptable. Rule 9. If you are alone, and you feel the undeniable sensation of being watched, lock yourself in the office immediately and wait for it to dissipate. Rule 10. The store closes at 2 AM. Before you clock out, place 2 packages of raw burgers on the stove. Rule 11. always leave the restaurant by 2:37 AM. The Hamburglar doesn't like company. Rule 12. Failure to adhere to these rules will result in immediate termination. Do not hesitate to call Dave if you have any questions or concerns. Dave's phone number was hastily sprawled at the bottom of the page. I stared at the list, unsure what to make of it. Was this some sort of cruel prank on the newbie? Maybe Gary was in on it. I resolved to wait and find out myself, and I made my way back to the counter. Upon seeing me approach, Stan rapidly stood from his seat and sidled up to me. Can I help you with something? Yeah, you forgot my pickles. I mentally rolled my eyes. Gary hadn't been gone for 10 minutes and the fun was already ramping up. Look, I watched my co-worker make those. I know he didn't, I began, before Rule 3 crept into my head. I'm sorry. I can offer you a free shake for the inconvenience? His 4 chins flapped as he fervently shook his head. No, I don't want any more food. There's another way you could make it up to me, though. A malicious grin inched across his face. A blanket of fear sent adrenaline bursting through my veins. I'm 16, sir. If you really think... That's not what I meant, you dumb broad. I want a refund. What? No. You already ate it all. Fine, if you won't give me my money back, I'll have to take it from you. The massive mound of flesh began waddling to meet me behind the counter. I fled to the back, praying he wouldn't catch me. I glanced behind me as I struggled to push open the absurdly heavy office door. Stan was barreling towards me, sending shelves of products crashing to the ground. My heart thumped against my ribcage so hard it hurt. I had just managed to slip through the door and slam it shut when he reached it. Thud! He pounded his ape-like fists against the sturdy metal frame, shouting obscenities at me all the while. I'll get you, you little whore. You can't stay in there forever. He was right. I instantly ripped a yellowing piece of paper from the board and punched in Dave's number. He picked up after an agonisingly long minute of waiting. Hello? This had better be good. I value my beauty sleep. Dave, it's Stan. The free shake didn't work. I'm trapped in the office. Dave sighed. All right. Put it on speaker and hold the phone up to the door so he can hear me. I obliged, clenching my cracked iPhone 7 with a vice-like grip and sticking it close to the rattling door. Stan? Stan, can you hear me? It's Dave. The room fell eerily silent. Oh yeah? What's up, Davey? Stan, are you harassing one of my employees again? I don't need to get Mrs. Barrett on the phone, do I? No, please, I'll behave, I swear, please, just don't call her. His voice trembled as he spoke. I don't know. That's what you said last time. I promise I'll never bother her again. Come on, Davey, show a little compassion. Dave took a moment to respond. All right. But I need you to go home and you need to apologise to Mrs. Blake for scaring her. Blair, I interjected, face palming myself. Right. Apologise to Blair and I'll let you off the hook. Oh, thank you. Sorry, Blaze. So, can I take you up on that free shake? No, Stan. No free shake tonight. I need you to leave, Dave said, a stern finality to his statement. Without another word, Stan angrily tramped through the kitchen and out the front door. I didn't release my breath until I heard it shut behind him. Thanks, Dave. Anytime, kid. In my experience, threatening to call his mother is a decent deterrent for any overgrown man-baby. I chuckled, sensing the tension disperse. I'm going to get back to bed now. Good luck tonight. And with that, he abruptly hung up. I sat for a moment, controlling my breathing in order to steady my palpitating heart before returning to my duties. I trudged into the kitchen and begrudgingly got to work on cleaning the mess of boxes and condiment that Stan had strewn throughout the area. I had just put the final ketchup bottle in place when out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A figure was standing in the drive-through window. I immediately tensed up, every muscle in my body freezing in place. It glared at me, yellow glowing eyes piercing the darkness. It raised a gloved fist and knocked lightly on the thin glass. The sound freed me from my stupor. Rule 2. I dashed to the counter and crouched behind it, hugging my knees to my chest. Ice flooded my veins as the knocking grew louder. The window shook in its frame as the light knocks soon escalated to rapid pounding. I squeezed my eyes shut, terrified at the notion that this slim barrier to the outside world wouldn't hold. The constant noise assaulted my eardrums, crashing against them like thunder during a storm. The knocking crescendoed into a fever pitch of resounding slams. Just when I thought I might lose my sanity, it stopped. I glanced up in the midst of the unsettling silence I found myself in. It was gone, as if the entity had never appeared in the first place. I gradually stood and took my time getting my bearings. I hesitantly peeked around the corner at the drive-through. Nothing, not so much as a scratch on the glass. I glanced down at my phone. 12:15 a.m. Less than 2 hours. I could handle it, right? I began sweeping like Gary told me to prior to receiving his unfortunate news. I was thankful for the break in the action. I didn't know how much more I could take. Apparently I could take a lot more, as I came to find out. A couple of college kids stumbled in, trying to hide the fact that they were obviously stoned out of their minds, and retrieved a pickup order. I watched as they clumsily staggered out the door. One of them held it politely for a small old lady, an old lady wearing a shawl. She didn't utter so much as a thank you, beelining up to the register with purpose. I was exhausted, up well past my normal operating hours, so I'd completely forgotten about the rules. Big mistake. The woman glowered up at me, face obscured from view. Her head covering was black as well as the rest of her outfit, not unlike a ninja you'd see in a movie. The aura she radiated frightened me, but not enough to release me from my sleepy haze. "Hello, can I help you?" I yawned, lazily covering my mouth. The woman didn't move a muscle. She scowled at me, yellow reptilian eyes piercing my psyche and sending my heart into overdrive. "Ma'am, would you like to order something?" Nothing. The longer we continued our staring match, the more sedated I felt, and not just due to the lack of sleep. She had some sort of strange pull over me. I nearly nodded off, my mind wandering back to the instructions. Before I passed out, I murmured, "Where's Tony?" Suddenly, I was released from my trance and the woman was nowhere to be found, like she had simply vanished into thin air. My eyes widened. That was close. Too close. I trudged to the sink and splashed some cold water on my face, then poured myself a large cup of coffee. I knew it would probably keep me up well past closing, but hey, if it helped me avoid another incident like that, I was all for it. I had just finished dumping the dustpan into the trash when I felt it, a peculiar sensation creeping over me like bugs crawling up the back of my neck. I was being watched. But from where? I sensed it coming from the drive-through. I whipped my head in its direction. Empty. I shifted to the dining area. No one was there. I grew lightheaded and panic began to surge through my system. A breeze swept past my ear, and I swear I could hear a soft, almost imperceivable voice whisper, "Blair." I bolted to the office, slamming the door shut as quickly as I could. What was that? I paced around the office like a caged animal anxiously waiting for something, anything to happen. After what felt like an eternity, it began to dissipate without incident. I sat there for a moment, contemplating if this was really the right career path for me. Was it like this every night? I was snapped back to reality by static emanating from my headset. I ripped it off until the noise stopped. A bumbling male voice crackled through it. "Hey, is this place open?" he slurred, obviously under the influence. "Yeah, What do you want to order? I was beginning to lose my cool. Between all the strange occurrences and the inebriated customers, my patience was wearing thin. I'll have a filet of fish meal. Coming right up. I made my way back to the kitchen and began preparing his order. Who the hell comes to McDonald's at 1:30 in the morning for a freaking filet of fish? I grumbled, purposefully dousing his sandwich in sauce. I served the man, hoping to be rid of him as soon as possible. Thanks. Hey, is that a kid at the counter? I turned my head, and sure enough, there he was. A mess of blonde tangles and deep blue eyes peered at me from the register. I sighed. Yeah, I'll take care of him. Have a good night. A child, unaccompanied in my restaurant. Just what I needed. I began to approach the counter when Rule 7 blared in my mind like a tornado siren. I froze mid-stride. Just ignore him, Blair. It's almost 2. You got this, I reassured myself, starting my closing duties early. That was easier said than done. The child began wailing, shrill, high-pitched screams reverberating off the walls. He ran into the kitchen area, allowing me a full view of his tiny frame. The boy couldn't have been older than 6. His Pac-Man t-shirt looked well outdated, and he was filthy, as if he hadn't showered in years. He began tugging on my shirt, begging for attention. "Please help me, lady. I can't find my mummy," he cried, tears streaming down his rosy cheeks. He was relentlessly pulling at my clothing. And that was it. I reached my breaking point. If this child, monster, demon, whatever he was, planned on killing me, he could go ahead and put me out of my misery. I was done. "Get out! Just screw off and leave me the hell alone." He immediately quit sniffling and straightened up as if I'd flipped a switch. Red tinged his striking pupils. Dread began sinking into my gut. A malicious grin blossomed across his lips. "You made the right choice," he growled as he headed towards the exit. "Weirdo kid," I mumbled, returning to cleaning. I finished up and waited around for 2 to hit, praying for a quiet, uneventful end to my first nightmare closing shift. Of course, my prayers weren't unanswered. I had a mere 3 minutes until I was supposed to clock out when I spotted it. A dark red viscous liquid oozing from beneath the stove. Great, awesome, just what I needed. I filled up the mop bucket in the storage closet and began sopping up the mystery fluid. If it wasn't blood, you could have fooled me. A persistent copper taste assaulted my tongue every time I opened my mouth. I gagged, forcing vomit back down my throat. The stuff just wouldn't stop coming. On my 3rd bucket full of sloshing crimson, I finally started gaining the upper hand. I mopped fervently as blisters erupted across my hand from the friction of the wooden handle. All the not blood had been disposed of. I breathed a sigh of relief, careful to avoid splashing myself as I dumped the last of the liquid down the drain. I'd done it. "Take that, bitches, I win," I cheered as if I'd just claimed first prize at the Indy 500. My celebration was short-lived once I glanced down at my phone. 2:35 a.m. I bolted to the freezer, scooping up a couple of bags of frozen patties. I slashed them open as quickly as I could, hoping in vain that I'd be able to make it out on time. I dumped their contents on the grill, then turned to toss the package in the trash. My heart plummeted into my gut. A man stood before me. His black, dead eyes matched that of the small mask encompassing the top half of his face. Wispy red hair sprouted from his floppy hat. A matching tattered black and white striped uniform framed his features, accompanied by a dingy red tie dotted with images of burgers. He grinned at me, jagged, rotten teeth sending a chill undulating through my entire body. He spoke, a rough, gravelly voice, shattering the tense silence. "Look, I know you're new here, so I'll spare you this time. But if I ever catch you in here this late again, I won't think twice about increasing my calorie intake." His wicked smile eluded a malevolent hunger that still haunts my nightmares. A wet, grey tongue wormed its way around his cracked, withered lips. I felt like a mouse about to be devoured by a rattlesnake. He scowled at me. "What are you still doing here? Get out!" I suddenly regained my mobility. I tore through the dining area and burst into the cool night air. The Hamburglar's soulless stare followed me into the vacant parking lot. I hurriedly locked him inside and raced to my car as a torrent of emotions flooded through me at once. Fear, anger and confusion were all prominent on my desolate drive home. In the end, rage won out. I wasn't scheduled the next day, but I was determined to make that smug prick in charge at least give me some sort of explanation. I returned to the Golden Arches around 4 hours later, running on zero sleep in a whole pot of Maxwell House. With fire in my eyes, I flung the door open and marched straight to Dave's office. "Oh yeah, it was great. Had his car repossessed and everything. Oh, hey Blitz. Yep, For the last frickin' time, it's Blair. Blair. Not Blitzen, not Blaziken, not Blakely, Blair." Dave furrowed his brow, mouth slightly agape. "Yeah, Jim, I'll have to get back to you." He ended the call and furiously pocketed his phone. "Do you even know who that was? I mean, why the hell do you think you can just storm into my office like this? No, you listen to me, Davy boy. I just had the worst night of my life. Every weird thing that could have happened happened, and you don't care one bit. I see you've become acquainted to our more troublesome clientele." "Yeah, I have, and I'm not dealing with that crap again. I quit," I hissed, dramatically slapping my hat onto his polished cedarwood desk before turning to walk out the door. "Wait. 25 an hour." I stopped dead in my tracks. I reluctantly faced him. A sly, toothy grin was stamped on his gritty face. I mulled it over. It was almost double what I was currently making. I could have my college paid for in no time. 27, and you've got a deal. You drive a hard bargain, Mrs. Blair. "I accept," he said, extending his hand. I begrudgingly shook it, cringing at his sweaty palm gripping mine. "I'm glad you were able to see reason. Welcome to the night crew."
Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That story was written by Reddit user HorrorJunkie123 and narrated by me, obviously. If you liked it, please give it a like and hit subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. And now, the fun fact that no one's been waiting for. Did you know the first McDonald's menu only had 9 items? And no Big Mac? Honestly, imagine surviving a horror night shift without even the option of stress eating a Big Mac. Tragic. Good night. People hear Demon Hunter and think I'm some sort of crusader. Holy water, silver bullets, all that crap. That's not me. I'm not out here to kill anything. I'm out here to find her. Because, well, she has something that belongs to me. My dad. At least, I think she does. I'm getting the bulk of my information from my mum, and my mum, she isn't what people would call a reliable source. She lives in Beacon Point Sanatorium, on the edge of Corvus Vale. She says a demon took my dad, but everyone else says she killed him. That's why she's there. That's why I was taken from her care when I was just a week old, and that's why I've never met my big brother. I could be out there looking for him, trying to find the family I never had, but instead, I'm hunting a demon because, unlike everyone else, I believe my mum. She told the police a demon took him after a ritual went wrong. Looking at it from an outsider's perspective, I can understand why they think she's crazy. She told the police this information while standing next to his cold, dead body. I guess you can't accuse something of taking someone when they're clearly visible on your living room floor, I get that. But she insisted that this demon took his soul and left his body. That was the moment they stopped calling her an outright killer and started calling her shrink. I'm documenting this here because I need someone to know what I'm doing, even if it's just strangers on the internet. I grew up being passed from pillar to post in a shitty foster care system. I have no one of real value in my life. If this all goes to shit, I need someone to know. I tried. So, anyway, I'll start at the beginning, I guess. My name's Alex Hammond. I was born in Vale Central Infirmary in 1989. My parents were Shannon and Jerry Hammond. I don't know anything about my brother. He was 2 when we were separated. I found my mum recently, after years of not looking. I know that sounds bad, but if you told the same story enough times, it starts to stick. You stop asking questions. For 36 years, my mum was a compulsive lying, psychotic murderer, and that's all there was to it. School was a cruel place. My life was common knowledge. And when I started my new job as a tree surgeon up by Hollowthorne Forest, it didn't take long to realise people still knew more about me than I did. You ever spoke to her then? Gary, my team leader, asked out of the blue one day whilst casually munching on a tuna sandwich. Spoke to who? Your mum, mate. No. I have no reason to. I wouldn't know where to find her even if I did, I said, internally rolling my eyes. This line of questioning was something I was accustomed to, but I was hoping I could at least escape it at work. Gary wiped the crumbs that had accumulated in his stubble with his sleeve, looking at me wide-eyed. Mate, she's in there. He pointed a meaty finger upward, towards an ancient manor house-style building, sitting alone, nestled amongst the very trees we were working on. Beacon Point isn't far from my house. Corvus Vale isn't a big town. It's about a 30-minute walk as the crow flies, or a 10-minute drive. It sits just inside Hollowstone Forest, surrounded by a large stone wall. Its peaks and chimneys are visible from the road. It's a secure site. The West Wing housed the criminals deemed too mentally unstable for general population. The rest of the building, though, was used as a long-term residential facility for people with severe mental illnesses. White stone signs with polite fonts and little bird logos dotted the long driveway directing visitors. I was going to the West Wing. Inside, everything smelled like bleach and stale coffee. I didn't tell anyone I was going. Who would I tell? I signed a visitor sheet with a pen that didn't work, until it did. The receptionist barely glanced in my direction. Who are you here to see? Shannon Hammond. She paused and looked up. I'm sorry. Hammond is on a family-only visitation, and she doesn't have any family. I'm a son. That got me a look. Not a kind one. More like, really? I fished out my wallet and slid my ID across the desk. She didn't pick it up. Her eyes ping-ponged from the card to my face and back too many times before she sighed and printed me a badge. After an agonising wait, she buzzed me through. Follow the lines, she said matter-of-factly. Yellow to the visiting suite, red to the reading room, green to the lunch hall, ignore the black. Ignore the black, I echoed. Yeah. My trainers squeaked on the over-polished floor as I followed the yellow line painted beneath them. I counted the doors to stop my hands from shaking. I was so nervous. I felt as though I'd shifted back in time, to the 14-year-old me, clutching a bin liner full of clothes outside yet another stranger's door with a social worker telling me to be brave. My mum sat facing away from me, at a table with edges rounded down to nothing. She stared vacantly out of the window as I sat opposite her hands folded in her lap like she was waiting for church. She looked older than the picture I had. Of course she did. She had to be at least in her early 60s now. Her hair was completely grey. She tried to brush it neat. Her eyes met mine slowly. "Hello," she said softly. "Hi." Silence fell into the space between us and had to be pushed aside. "I brought you something." I didn't know why I said that. I wanted to. Fruit, magazine, a miracle. She smiled anyway. "You brought me you." "I'm Alex," I said, which was stupid. She knew that. But I just needed to say it out loud. I needed it to be true in the air, not just in a file. "I know," she said. Her eyes were wet, but she didn't cry. She had the tired control of someone who learned what crying costs in a place like this. For a minute we talked about nothing. The weather, my job, my favourite food. Then it all wanted to pour out. The questions. But I didn't know how to open that door without everything falling through the floor. I didn't have to. She did it for me. "You look like your father," she said quietly. A tinge of fear shot up my spine. For a moment I had visions of her lunging at me across the table. I stayed quiet and forced a thin smile. "Do you see him?" she asked. "Who?" "Your father." I stared at her, confused. I started to think I'd made a huge mistake coming here. She was clearly deranged. She saw the puzzled look on my face and started to elaborate. She smiled. "Do you see the bird? Strange-looking fellow. You wouldn't miss it if you saw." My mouth went dry. Sometimes," I said. "There's a weird one that sits on my window. It's probably got a nest." "What makes him weird?" "He's a crow, but he's white," I said flatly. She nodded, like we were finally talking about something that mattered. "That's your dad," she said. "Certain." I laughed. A small, ugly sound. "Spiritually speaking," I said, not knowing if it was a question or a statement. "No. Literally speaking." I raised an eyebrow. This was as good as an opening as I was going to get. "How?" I hated how much I needed that word. She turned her hands palm up on the table, like showing me she had nothing to hide. "I've waited 36 years for a chance to tell you the truth, Alex. Let me start from the beginning." She sat back in a chair, the hard, cheap plastic clicking under the strain. "We wanted a child," she said. "But the doctors said no. There was an incident when your father was young. He needed emergency surgery to repair an abdominal hernia. But there was an accident. Both vas deferens were severely damaged during the surgery, leaving them scarred beyond repair. No one knew. Not until it was too late." "I don't know what those words mean," I replied honestly. "His balls didn't work, dear." "Oh," I looked away embarrassed. She half smirked before continuing. "Your father wanted a child of his own so badly. He searched high and low for an answer." "I thought I had a brother," I interrupted. "Didn't he already have a child of his own?" "This was before your brother," she stated before continuing. "He found a book in a dusty old shop in town. Started studying the occult." "What?" "Yes." "That was exactly my reaction when he told me too," she agreed. "But it worked." "What worked?" I asked curiously. "The summoning spell," she whispered. I'd heard enough. I couldn't believe I just sat through that. She was clearly deranged. I started to stand, and she reached for my wrist and stopped me dead, an icy chill running up my spine. "Please, Alex, just hear me." Her eyes were pleading. "If at the end you never want to return, I'll understand, but please just let me finish." I sat down slowly, if only to get her to release me. She stroked my wrist once with her thumb before removing her hands and straightened her faded pink scrubs. I didn't take part in the ritual. He did that on his own. But I know it worked. I got pregnant. With my brother. Yes, she smiled. It wasn't until I read the book later that I discovered there was a price to pay. The price differs with every request, depending on what you need granted. "What was your price?" I asked, leaning forward. "Any subsequent children must be given to her." "What?" I stammered. "I'm a subsequent children. I'm a subsequent child." "I know," she murmured, her gaze dropping to the floor in shame. "It was never meant to be this way. After your father told me what the price would be, we promised each other that we wouldn't have another child. We tried. We truly did." She looked up at me, her eyes full of desperation, silently begging me to believe her sincerity. "You think it would be simple, not getting pregnant, but..." Her voice faltered. "She always finds a way." "What way?" I asked. "It doesn't matter now. What matters is you were born, and we loved you. Your father loved you." "What happened to my dad, Shannon?" I couldn't bring myself to call on Mum. At this point, I was still quite sure that Beacon Point Sanatorium was the best place for her. I could see this caused her pain, but I was done listening to stories. She continued regardless. "She made a mistake. The deal your dad made was between him and her. For the ritual to work in her favour, we both had to be present at the summoning, so that I could agree to the terms. But I wasn't. Then what happened?" I muttered half-heartedly. "The fortune teller that gave your father the book helped us. She knew a spell. She helped us rewrite the terms. Sort of like a cosmic solicitor," she chuckled dryly. "This isn't funny," I shot back. "You killed my dad. I've grown up alone, Shannon." She slammed her palm on the table, shocking my tears away. "It's because of that man you got to grow up at all," she growled. "He sacrificed his life for you. He took your place." "Yeah, and what? Now he's a fucking bird?" She settled back into her seat, resigned. She gave me a solid story. But I chose the truth. "What?" I stammered, exasperated. "Find Morrigan. Find Morrigan," she whispered, defeated. "She will give you what you're looking for." Her shoulders sagged. Her shoulders sagged as if the weight of the years finally pressed her down. The fight had gone from her eyes. I stared at her, the words settling uneasily between us, thickening the air with a grief that tasted almost metallic. I wanted to scream, to demand sense from her rambling, but something in her expression, some fractured hope, kept me silent. Shannon no longer looked like a stranger spinning tales. She looked like someone who'd lost everything and was begging for a chance to make things right. The clock in the hallway ticked on, indifferent to the ruin she'd laid before me. And I realised that whether I wanted to or not, the story wasn't finished. Not yet. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story was written by me, and it's going to be a multi-part series. Once it's finished, I'll compile everything into one big long video so you can listen to it straight through. And now, a self-depreciating fun fact about me, I guess. Did you know that reading in your head and reading out loud actually use two different parts of your brain? When you read silently, it's mostly just your brain recognizing symbols and turning them into meaning. But when you read out loud, you add speech production, motor control, and even hearing your own voice back. So it's way harder. I've already mentioned I'm dyslexic, right? Well, here's a perfect example of what it actually means when the words start jumbling around on the page, and how I try and get around it. You ready? Don't judge me. I'm special. And if you laugh, you're going to hell. Shit, hold on. This was... for fuck's sake. This was as good of an opening as I was going to get. This was as good of an opening as I was going to get. This was as good as an opening as I was going to get. Yeah, that happens a lot. It takes me about an hour to read through a 15-minute script that I wrote. So if you'd like to support my valiant efforts, I'll link my PO box down in the description where you can send me my participation trophies. Or you could just like the video and subscribe. That would be cool too. Thanks for listening. Good night.
Question. What do you do when your best friend's number suddenly says, "not recognized," and her parents swear she never existed? Cool. Welcome to tonight's story. I'm not writing this for karma. I just need it out of my head so I can sleep, or at least stop seeing the little boy's tear-stained face. I'm 19. I like anime. And yes, I'm one of those people who still buys physical manga even though my room is already a fire hazard. So when Corvus Con opened up 30 minutes from my town, I grabbed the cheapest weekend pass, put together a half-decent Pochita hoodie, and texted my best friend Liv that we were going. She answered with her standard bet and a gif of a sparkly idle wink. We met in year 9 drawing fan art behind the gym, so cons are our thing. The first weird moment happened at registration. I'd printed my QR code at home because my phone screen has a permanent crack like a tiny lightning bolt, and scanners hate me. The volunteer, girl with acrylic nails, pastel bob, and those cat eye contacts, barely looked at the paper. She slapped a wristband on me and said, "Welcome, Slayer," in this flat, not joking tone. I laughed like, haha, cute theme, but she didn't smile. Her contact lenses reflected me back as two skinny, nervous versions of myself. "Do we get a discount for exorcisms?" I asked. She blinked, then slid a brochure forward. "Floor 3 is closed," she said. "Construction." Except the brochure showed a big red block on floor 3 labelled Idle Training Experience. Demon Hunters Live. And under it, tonight only. Invite only. Someone had put a black line through it with a Sharpie. It bled around the edges. Liv wasn't there yet, so I killed time in the vendor hall. It was huge. Rows of posters, plushies, enamel pins, swords that were definitely not sharpened, and wigs piled like cotton candy. A cosplayer, as a pale shrine maiden, walked by with a handbag patterned in little white crows. I noticed it because the print was actually kind of cute. A repeating line of crows with their wings half open, like beckoning. The strap was fraying. She kept glancing over her shoulder, even though nobody was following her. I got a text from Liv. "I'm in. Black hoodie, wolf ears. Don't judge." I turned, and she materialized from a crowd of Genshin Impact characters like she'd been spawned. Wolf ears, as promised, and a hoodie that said, "I paused my riz to be here," in cracked white. She had winged eyeliner sharp enough to send someone to A&E. "You see the invite-only thing?" she asked, as we did our awkward hello hug around her tote bag. "Anime is finally coming back, Demon Slayer. K-pop Demon Hunters. It's trending.
#KHuntersChallenge, #fell-in-love, and then it died, all that. My For You page is clogged with it. I thought that was just TikTok thirst traps. That's how they get you. She grinned. There's a live thing tonight. Floor 3. It's closed, I said, showing her my brochure. Oh, mine's not like that, she said with a smirk, wiggling the wristband she'd just gotten. It was the same as mine, grey fabric, plastic fastener, but hers had a tiny stamped symbol I hadn't noticed on mine, 3 equal lines inside a circle. Unhindered access, apparently. Some guy gave me this and said, "You're perfect." Creepy, but I'll take the clout. I checked my band. No stamp. We hit Artist Alley, bought stickers we didn't need, posed for a photo with a guy dressed as an unhinged school mascot, and then got swept into a panel called The Music Behind the Magic. It was advertised as a talk about composing for anime, but the panellists all wore the same matte black windbreakers, and the slides were just looping B-roll of Soul at Night. Every question got the same rehearsed answer. We trained to protect audiences. We harmonized the dark out of the room. People clapped like seals. I clapped too because it felt like if I didn't, I'd be the only one. Liv squeezed my knee under the chair. You feel that? What? She tilted her head toward the ceiling. The room hummed, not with the AC, but like a faraway choir warming up through a wall, one note held too long. It got under your molars the way a dentist's drill does. I covered my ears, and it didn't help. When we shuffled out, a staffer in a red lanyard stood in the hallway with a clipboard, smiling too hard. "Everything going well?" he asked each passerby. "Finding your way okay?" His eyes didn't move when he smiled, like the expression was stapled on. Liv nudged me. "Floor 3. I'm not allowed in. I'll get kicked out." She pocketed her phone. "I'll be your lawyer." We tried the main stairwell first. A strip of yellow tape crossed it with no access in block letters. A volunteer sat on a metal chair at the landing scrolling his phone. He didn't look up when we passed, but when we set a foot on the first step he said, without raising his head, "Closed." "What's on floor 3? I asked. "Nothing for you, darling." He finally glanced up. His pupils were weirdly dilated, barely any iris. "Renovations." "But the Demon Hunters show is there tonight. Only the marked." He went back to his phone. Liv mouthed "security door" at me, and we looped around the building. Past a row of arcade cabinets that were definitely not licensed. Past a merch booth selling shirts with "I survived Corvuscon" in bloody letters that felt, in retrospect, sarcastic. We found a fire door propped with a wedge of folded cardboard. Above it, a red exit sign flickered even though it was the middle of the day. "Don't think about how illegal this is," Liv said, and pulled the door open. Concrete stairs. Fluorescent lights, with that faint strobing you only notice if you look at them too long. We went up one flight, then another. The hum from the panel followed, louder. It made the hair on my arms lift. At the top, another door, unlabeled. I pushed. It gave with a sticky gasp. We stepped into a hallway with a low ceiling and carpet the colour of chewed gum. The air smelled like fabric spray and burnt sugar, like someone had doused a fire with a bottle of perfume. The first door on the right was cracked open. Inside, a half circle of folding chairs faced a makeshift stage lit by 2 clammy spotlights. A handful of people sat in the chairs with posture like puppets. On stage, girls stood, heads bowed, idols, or trying to be. Glass skin, shiny hair, jewellery that caught the light like fishhooks. A fourth person in a headset whispered to them, then counted down on fingers. 3, 2. They snapped into a pose with impossible precision. The track kicked in, soft and syrupy at first, then dropping so hard it pressed on the base of my skull. I didn't know the lyrics, but my mouth still tried to copy them. The three girls moved in sync, steps that shouldn't line up with human joints. They clapped on the offbeat, and the claps didn't echo. Liv's breath tickled my ear. "It's them," she whispered, almost laughing. "It's actually them." "Don't be dumb," I said, but my voice was thin. "They're people." Except the girls on that stage looked exactly like the Huntrix, down to the impossible pastel hair, the poreless skin, the sharp, shiny eyes that only exist in animation. They weren't cosplayers doing a good job. They looked like they were the characters, slotted into real air like someone exported them wrong. Every micro-habit matched. The purple-haired leader's half-smile on beat 4. The red-haired girl's wrist roll before a spin. The shortest one's toe tap no one notices unless you've watched a million edits. It felt like my screen had leaked these animations into real life. Liv squeezed my sleeve. "This is like an open rehearsal, right? We could..." The guy in the headset turned and smiled with all his teeth. "Welcome," he said. "You're just in time for the warm-up." Audience bodies changed the math. "What math?" I asked. He lifted a finger to his lips, amused. "Shh. You'll ruin the take. People say you can feel when you're being watched. That's what everyone in horror movies says. But it wasn't that. It was more like the watching was a third thing in the room. Like the three girls, and the headset guy, and us. And then another thing draped over the ceiling, like the air had draped itself on hooks. The song slid into a chant. The girls moved with the kind of tight, snapping control you only get by bleeding for it. They smiled soft, then too wide, then didn't smile at all. The headset guy turned, scribbled on a clipboard, turned back. Someone in the chair started to cry without sound, tears slipping like he wasn't part of the decision. Liv's fingers were digging into my wrist. "We should go," she said, except her voice was thin, and her eyes were fixed on the one with black hair. She reached an arm out, hand slicing the air, and I had the dumb thought, she's pointing at me. Then the lights popped, actual pop, like a bubble, and everything went black for one breath. When they came up again, one of the people in the half circle was gone. Empty chair. Everyone looked at it, then looked away at the exact same time, like rehearsed. The headset guy didn't react. He said, "Again," and the four on stage reset. "What the hell?" I said. I reached for Liv's hand. She wasn't there. I didn't think. I just stood up so fast my chair scraped. "Liv?" Heads turned because of the noise, not because of her name. The empty chair in the half circle looked like a pulled tooth. Nobody was flinching. A girl to my left dabbed at her eyes without a sound, the way you clean a window so it doesn't streak. "Liv?" I tried again, louder. The headset guy appeared beside me. I swear he didn't walk. He was just suddenly there, close enough that I saw a smear of foundation on the cream edge of his earpiece. "Please keep your seat," he said very kindly, like a priest. His smile had a shape, a perfect oval, like it had been traced. "My friend, she was just here." I pointed at the empty chair, then at the aisle. My hand shook. Tall, black hoodie, wolf ears. What did you do?" He followed my finger as if we were both admiring a painting. "Oh," he said softly, and something lit behind his eyes, not surprise, more like relief. "Did she have a stamp?" "What?" "On her wristband." The mark. He wiggled his own wrist without looking. 3 equal lines inside a circle flashed on his band, debossed rather than inked. Some do. Some don't. Yeah. I looked at my own band, slowly inching my hand behind my back. She had one. Then she's where she's meant to be. My mouth opened and nothing came out. Heat crawled up my neck. Meant to be where? He glanced back at the stage. The 3 girls held a final shape, heads bowed, stomachs rising and falling like they'd run a race. The hum in the room had a taste now, penny metal on the back of my tongue. Please, he said, still gentle. You're disrupting calibration. Audience bodies change the math. You keep saying that. I could hear my voice going weird and thin. The version of me that's good at customer service wanted to apologize. The rest wanted to throw the nearest chair and see if anyone would bleed. What maths? Where is my friend? He tilted his head like a bird. She's contributing. Contributing to what? Balance. He said it like people say charity. His hand touched my shoulder lightly. A suggestion, not a push. If you're anxious, you can leave. Given that you're unmarked, I would suggest you do that. What? I looked at my wristband again, like maybe the stamp would magic itself there if I stared hard. Blank. I'm not. I shook my head. I didn't move. My knees locked. On stage, the pink-haired leader looked up through her fringe and met my eyes, and for 1 second, pure glee lit her face. Then it wasn't glee at all. It was stage joy, the switch-on smile. She clapped, just once. It didn't echo. I'm not leaving her, I said. And I didn't recognize my own voice. The headset guy sighed like I'd disappointed him on a personal level. If you don't have a stamp, you shouldn't really be here. But since you are... A ghost of a smirk appeared on his face, voice still sugar-sweet. Sit down or leave. If you linger, I'll call security. I'm not stamped, I said. And I'm not sitting. Then leave, he said, smile never cracking. Unmarked, I don't get to hover. I left. Not because I wanted to, but because every cell in my body suddenly believed him. The way you believe a fire alarm even if you don't see smoke. I didn't even know what the mark was, but I could help feeling a pang of resentment for everyone perfect enough to have one. I scanned the hallway, the adjoining rooms, the stairwell, calling Liv's name the way you call a dog that's pretending not to hear. Nobody reacted. I stopped people at random. A guy with a stack of posters, a girl adjusting a wig, a pair of lads debating best openings. Have you seen a tall girl? Wolf ears, black hoodie. Shrugs. Polite smiles. Dunno, sorry. One of them glanced at my wristband like he was checking a ticket and lost interest when he saw it was blank. Near the elevators, I bumped into a woman with a convention badge turned backwards. She looked like someone's mum who'd tried to dress for the theme and got the colours wrong. Her hands shook around a folded leaflet. You okay? I asked, stupidly, because she clearly wasn't. My boy, she blurted. Have you seen him? 10 shark hoodie, hair like this. She flattened her fringe to show me a cowlick. He went to a special demo. They said it was safe for him to go on his own with him having that little stamp thingy. I swallowed. I haven't, sorry. What's his name? She told me. I won't write it here. Saying it made her cry in that quiet, leak-down-your-face way. We searched together for a bit, doing useless loops. Security told her to check lost and found. Staff told her the day was very busy, and she should hydrate. Then tried to sell us 70p bottles of water for £10 because they had 2 Goku stickers on the front. When she stepped away to call someone, I stood there and watched people flow around the space where a small boy should be. A stupid, mean thought snuck in. Maybe Liv bailed on me on purpose. Maybe she saw me kiss Gary Stevenson behind the bike sheds last Sunday. Maybe someone told her, and this is revenge. Let me panic, then laugh about it later. It felt exactly petty enough to be true when your heart's in your throat. I kept looking until the day burned down to its threadbare end. Hours slid. I forgot to eat. The popcorn smell turned my stomach. At 5, the dregs thinned. At 6, vendors broke down displays, bubble wrap popping like distant gunfire. At 7, the con felt desolate, bin bags open, bits of wig hair stuck to carpet, a single plushie abandoned on a windowsill like a lost cat. Liv didn't walk out with any of them. A tidy woman with a company polo intercepted me upstairs. We're closed. Load out only. My friend is missing, I said. She didn't come out. I'm so sorry you feel that way, she said smoothly. Have you tried the lost and found desk? She's not a fucking water bottle. Security hasn't reported a person as mislaid. Mislaid? I laughed once. She was here, then she wasn't. No one reacted. Your colleague said if she had a stamp, she's where she's meant to be. What does that mean? The stamps are for crowd flow, she said. It's a very popular activation. We triage for safety. She smiled, lacquered. If you'll excuse me. I'm not leaving without her. Something in her gaze clicked. We don't keep people, she said, word perfect. We keep the room. If you're concerned, please contact the email on your brochure. By 9, I went home because there was nothing left to watch but the inside of my own head. The blue evening felt fake. My hands shook all the way onto the motorway. I texted Liv all the way home, even though the messages hung like prayers on a hook. Call me. I'm scared. Wolf ears, remember? You promised me pizza after, please. My mum greeted me at the door. Hiya, love. You had a good time. I didn't look her in the eye, just plopped my bag down on the counter and flopped onto the kitchen stool. Yeah, Liv bailed. I think... Oh, love, you think she found out about Gary and the bike sheds? Mum! I exclaimed, exasperated. I stared at toast until it went cold. I tried to call Liv and it went straight to voicemail. Her stupid joke one, where she says, hello, and lets you ramble before the beep. I hung up on the beep like it had laughed. At 10:13, an unknown number texted. Your friend left early. She's fine. Thanks for attending. No punctuation, no signature. I called it. A recorded voice said, this mailbox is not set up. And then a void. I walked loops from my bed to my window, to the door like a Roomba with anxiety. Then I ran a bath so hot it turned my skin pink, and lay there until the water went lukewarm, checking my phone every minute like a rat hitting a feeder lever. Nothing. At 2:04, I started an email to the con address and got stuck on Dear because nothing after Dear felt right. Morning came like a bad copy. A notification popped. World exclusive. K-Hunters Episode 1, First Look. The thumbnail showed the girls on a stark training stage, light bars like a spine and a camera track cutting right through the center. I clicked. High production values. Glittering city. The 3 girls tore across a cold rehearsal set in perfect unison. Trainers didn't squeak. They didn't need to breathe. New fans will love the lore, the host chirped. Resonance harmonics. The camera cut a wide animated crowd of people in the bleachers. For a heartbeat, the lens skimmed a little boy in a shark hoodie with a stubborn cowlick. Hands in his pockets, frantically looking round with tear-stained cheeks. He didn't fit. My stomach dropped. It was like the mother from Corvuscon had given the lost little boy's description to the artists and animators, and they hand-drawn a carbon copy. Then the shot snapped back to the stage and a graphic splashed across the bottom corner. New Huntrix member, Livy. My skin went cold. It was Liv. Not centre frame. Just off the leader's shoulder, hair tucked into a hood, wolf ears flattened by a cap. The music swelled, the routine sharpened. Livy sang 2 lines in that glossy idle cadence and hit the choreo with scary precision. Toe tap on beat 4, shoulders tracking the count. Then the edit hiccuped, just a breath, and her face wasn't stage bright at all. Bare, lost, like she'd woken up in the wrong room. A blink later, the filter smile slid back on and she nailed the next call and response. I froze the frame and took a photo. It came out blurry, a smear of pink light. I rewound. It kept happening. One flash, she's scared. The next, perfect. Like a bad connection switching between 2 channels. The host squealed about goosebumps. Comments flooded. They're saving us. OMG, a new Huntrix. The timing. No one said, that's my friend. No one said, why? No one said, why have they drawn in a crying child? I scrubbed frame by frame. At 0:47, she turned her head, just a fraction, like someone called from far away. For one frame, the light hit her eyes and made them glossy. I thought of the half circle of chairs, the thread pulling everyone's chests. The way the headset guy said, we don't keep people, we keep the room. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. We're proud of her. I typed, where is she? Give her back. I'm calling the police. Green bubbles. No delivery. I dialed Liv's number, and the network told me, bright and cheerful, number not recognized. I stared so long, I thought I'd misdialed. Tried again, same thing. I went downstairs. Ma'am? My voice sounded like I'd borrowed it. Liv's on YouTube. She's been animeified. Who? She said, genuinely puzzled, wooden spoon in hand. Liv. Olivia. My best. I stopped because my body did a strange cold ripple. Don't joke. I'm not, she said slowly, eyes tightening the way they do when she checks the thermostat. She reached up and touched my forehead. You've gone white, love. Do you need to sit? I ran upstairs and rang Liv's parents. I've known them forever. Her mum answered on the second ring. Hi, sorry, is Liv. I'm sorry. Who are you trying to reach? She said. I checked I'd dialed the right number. Mrs. Ashford. That's me. I'm looking for Liv, your daughter. A puzzled beat. We don't have a daughter. I hung up. Maybe this is all marketing. Maybe the distraught mum was a crisis actor, and all the human counterparts of the new characters that have been popping up recently got NDAs and a tote bag. Except, no, that's not right. No one remembers Liv. No one. I think that's the part that keeps catching in my throat. Last night I watched the episode again. I told myself not to, but I did. She came on, and I stood close enough to the TV to count pixels. Liv smiled again, the half-borrowed smile. The cut twitched first, like the edit knew what her face would do before she did. The timing was too clean, like the show knew her better than I ever did. I know something is up. I can't prove it in a police report. But I have the hum in my teeth. A text from a number that won't answer. And a clip where background girls act like idols, and idols act like gods. I'm going to try again in the morning. I'm going to bring the photo and the wristband and my stupid shaking hands and ask a human with a badge to say the word missing out loud. But right now the episode is paused at 0:47 on my TV and my best friend is on screen. Everyone thinks they've written in a new character. But I don't think so. I think the creators of these new anime TV shows don't draw their characters. I think they make them from real people somehow. and I think Comic Cons are where they hunt. If you go to CorvusCon next year and a staffer tells you to flash your stamp for an invite-only training, don't. If someone stamps your wrist and says you're perfect, ask them why. And if you see Liv on your For You page, wolf ears tucked under a hood, don't duet. Don't stitch. Don't say Queen. Just turn it off. They are stealing people from conventions and making everyone forget them. No one has noticed. I guess it's the perfect crime. It would be easy, wouldn't it? People are born to be accepted. Even when people say they don't care, they do. So why not find your hunting ground? Separate the worthy from the not with something inconspicuous, and let them come to you. Because they would, wouldn't they? If you stamp a wristband and tell a girl she's perfect, she'll step forward, even if she doesn't know what she's stepping into. They may even bring their not-so-worthy friends along to show off. Imagine being told you're perfect. You know, I hate that somewhere inside me. I'm jealous. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That one was written by me. I stupidly asked the kids what my next story should be about, and yeah, now I can't get that song out of my head. Bet you know which one I'm talking about as well. Anyway, if you liked it, please give the video a like and consider subscribing. It really helps the channel. Now for a random fun fact. That last chorus key change you hear in tons of anime/K-pop songs is nicknamed the truck driver's gear change. It jumps the key up to trick your brain into feeling a bigger emotional lift. Basically, your feelings just got auto-tuned. Good night. I want to tell you about a friend of mine. His name's Isaac. I met him back in college when we were roommates. He was completely obsessed with religion and was a theology major. Yet he described himself as a spiritual agnostic. I guess he's what one might call a seeker. One of those folks who tries to learn everything they can about spirituality in the hopes of understanding it. The nightstand by his bed had a leaning tower of books, and over time the stack only grew higher and higher. His studies turned him into somewhat of a walking encyclopedia. Isaac was always spouting off nerdy history facts and sacred scriptures. Anything from the iconography of Hindu deities, the history of the Christian churches, to what the medieval peasants used in attempts to ward off vampires. Isaac could quote long memorized passages from various texts, including the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, without consulting them. He knew a lot about the history of religion and could explain complex theological notions in simple terms. In addition to being an endless source of information, he was a man filled with questions. We had many deep conversations into the night hours. His erratic sleeping schedule even began to affect mine and caused me to be late for class on occasion. There was about a month where he thought Buddhism was the one and only true path. Some days he'd be sure that he had found the answer. The next day, he'd be stuck in the middle again and lost. He would sometimes quote the paranormal author, Charles Fort, who said, "I conceive of nothing, in religion, science, or philosophy, that is more than the proper thing to wear for a while." I enjoyed Isaac's company and our talks, so much that rumours got started about us being in a relationship together. But these weren't true, of course. I sympathised with his plight and his journey of self-discovery. It's a process that a lot of folks go through, especially around this time in their lives. When college ended, we went our separate ways, but we decided to stay in touch. Good friends are something that is hard to come by in this world, so Isaac and I vowed to still meet up on occasion. In the meantime, I managed to find myself a job, gained a few new friends, and my life continued. I met up with Isaac one day at his new place. He had moved to a pretty obscure rural location out in the sticks. His home was by an old hiking trail that wasn't even on most modern maps of the area. Parts of it were rough and even overgrown. His cabin stood solemn in a world of isolation. I walked in to see hordes of books on theology lining the walls, with shelves beginning to buckle under the weight. He had commentaries on the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of the Damned by Charles Fort, Words of the Buddha, the Book of Mormon, as well as various texts of mantras and meditations. His long list of books included even some UFO and flying saucer literature. It was good to see him again, but our conversation didn't last long. He seemed to be in something of a hurry, and his speech was noticeably faster than usual. He paced around the room as he told me of things he'd been reading, giving me short summaries of his most recent reads. If I tried to change the subject to something else, he brought it right back to the topic of religion. He had an uncanny ability to steer any conversation to his current form of obsession. I'd seen him get this way before. It usually only lasted a week or two before he'd mellow out again. He told me that he planned to get a job as a lecturer soon. It sounded like something he might be good at, though he did have problems sticking to a schedule. I told him about my new job, my recent vacation, and some adventures I'd been on with my friends since college. While he respectfully tried to be interested, I could tell his racing thoughts were elsewhere. It wasn't long before he was right back to rattling off all the information he'd absorbed. He apologised and told me that he had to get back to his studies before cutting the conversation short. I told him that we could meet up again in about a month or so, if he wanted, and he agreed. As I made my exit, I glanced over to see a book titled Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and tried not to smile. It seemed that in his spiritual quest, the net just grew wider and wider. Nothing could have prepared me for what I'd discover on my next visit. I walked through the door to see all of his bookshelves were gone. After welcoming me in, Isaac sat down quietly at his desk. The room was entirely bare. No clutter and no paper. Everything was gone. There was nothing but his bed, his desk, and a lone ceiling fan spinning slowly overhead. "Isaac," I said with hesitation, "what happened?" "I got rid of everything. I didn't need it anymore." Isaac wore a peaceful expression on his face and was unaffected by concern or alarm. "Why?" I asked in disbelief. "Because I have the answer now. I am no longer agnostic." Isaac was strangely reserved and closed off. He had cooled down considerably from the almost manic demeanour he had upon my previous visit. When I asked what answers he was talking about, he said he couldn't tell me. It wasn't like Isaac to be so tight-lipped about his studies. I'd never seen him behave like this. It was like night and day. He dodged all my questions and told me not to worry about it. Isaac said he no longer had the need for material possessions. "I met a new friend," he said. I was very surprised to hear this. Isaac had always been a bit of a loner. In all the time I'd known him, he had no friends, other than me. "Did this friend of yours give you these answers?" "I can't tell you anything about them yet." "Them? Is it more than one new friend?" No, it's just one," Isaac said, suddenly seeming nervous. He quickly changed the subject and didn't return to the topic for the rest of my visit. I couldn't get any more information out of him, no matter how hard I tried. Being the eccentric that he was, Isaac had never had a cell phone. He always said the government used them to track people. While that is true, not having one is a pretty extreme reaction. He always just told me at the end of our chats when to show up for next time. Our get-togethers were usually every month or two. This time, however, Isaac told me he wanted to see me just a week later. I found this strange, but given his recent behaviour, I was certainly willing to check up on him. After leaving Isaac's place, I couldn't stop thinking about him. I wondered if he'd finally lost his mind. Call it jealousy, but I was a tad suspicious of his new friend and what influence they might have on him. That week was the slowest week of my life. I couldn't help but ruminate on my friend and what he might be going through. Finally, I was able to see him again. He opened the door with a rather serious expression. The first words he said to me were, "They said I could tell you now." He invited me in and told me his story. He was apparently out on a hiking trail one morning after a particularly deep theology study night. Near a specific rocky overhang, he kneeled on the ground and began to call out or pray to the divine to provide him with the answers for his many questions. According to Isaac, he was then contacted by something. I don't know what I was praying to. Just the universe. Or anything that would listen, Isaac said. This wasn't the first time Isaac had tried to interact with the divine by praying, but something different happened this time. The wind picked up around him, and he felt a strange, almost apocalyptic feeling. Before him, a glowing humanoid being appeared. It was in the vague shape of a human outline, but it shined with an incredibly brilliant light that somehow didn't hurt his eyes to look at. It was an angel, I know it was, Isaac said. They had no name and no gender. They weren't he or she, but they spoke to me telepathically, with imagery in my mind. Isaac said that this being taught him things. They put images in his mind's eye. He saw people around a stream, with a village being set up, then a river and cities being built. He saw how civilizations had formed and grown. Then he saw the human body broken down on a cellular level, and the patterns or pathways by which the neurons fire in the human brain. This being seemed to demonstrate that it deeply understood humanity, how it came to be, and what it is now. He was instructed not to tell anyone what he experienced yet. After their telepathic conversation, the being vanished completely. Hearing all of this, I was utterly dumbfounded. Are you sure about this, Isaac? I asked him. Absolutely, he replied with sincerity in his voice. Isaac informed me that the being had talked to him again recently and told me that he could tell me what happened. Isaac didn't seem to care whether I believed him or not. It wasn't like Isaac to lie, and the changes in his life seemed undeniable. I felt like something had really happened to him, but I wasn't sure what. Isaac was intelligent, but could be a bit naive. I was really worried for him, and even considered calling a psychiatrist, or getting him to seek some kind of psychological help. I voiced these concerns to him, but it didn't seem to do any good. He wouldn't hear any of it. He told me once again that he wanted me to return for a visit sooner rather than later. He picked a date only a few days away for us to talk again. In the interim, I thought hard about Isaac and his situation. It was disturbing to think what my friend, who I cared about, could be experiencing. I spent a lot of time looking for help and trying to figure out what to do. I was frightened for him, and I felt he might be in danger. I'd long suspected Isaac had some sort of mental issues because of his fixations and odd behaviours, but I'd never expected that it might manifest as something like this. He didn't seem to be a threat to himself or to others, so I wasn't sure what could be done. I also thought that perhaps this friend of his was a real person who had somehow fooled him into thinking there was some kind of angelic being. Still, in the back of my mind, I wondered if he could be right, and if he actually did encounter something truly unexplainable. On the day of our meeting, I drove up to Isaac's property. Before I could knock on his door, I noticed a piece of lined notebook paper taped to it. The note read the following: "We'll have to postpone your visit. I've got to meet up with my friend at the trail. Goodbye for now. Isaac." In a panic, I made my way out to the mountainous hiking trail. I had to get to Isaac before he did something stupid. As I journeyed down the wooded path, I began to sense a strange energy in the environment. A feeling of electricity, almost. I came upon a bend in the trail. Just beyond was the rocky overhang where Isaac said he met the glowing being. As I approached, I could smell the peculiar scent of ozone carried by the fresh mountain air, as if just after a lightning storm. Suddenly, I noticed something moving in the sky, towards the area I was walking. Looking upwards, I witnessed a bizarre glowing light flying overhead. I had no clue what it was. I stared mystified for a moment before returning to the task at hand. I trekked onward, around the trail bend to see Isaac standing there beneath the rock overhang. In front of him, I saw a being made entirely of light in the form of a human silhouette. I was in utter shock. The being emitted no sound, but appeared to be somehow conversing with Isaac, who stood motionless. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I pulled out my cell phone, but as I lifted it to record this bizarre scene, the screen inexplicably blanked out. Smoke began to emit from my phone. Suddenly, it became burning hot to the touch. It was like putting your hand on an active stove. With a yelp of pain, I dropped it and watched as the phone went cascading down the mountainside. When I looked back up, I then saw the object again in the sky. It got closer and brighter until I couldn't see it in full view. It was a shining, silver, flying saucer. A strange sense of paralysis took over me, and I somehow lost the ability to move. The craft slowly descended in a falling leaf pattern as it made its way to the earth. Landing gear extended from the craft and pierced the ground as it came to a final rest. A large metal door on the ship swung open as a silver ramp lowered down. From inside the ship, I could see nothing but a glow of white. I was amazed and terrified, but frozen completely, motionless. I stood in silent anticipation, with my heart racing. I stared transfixed as the glowing figure guided Isaac up the metal ramp and into the open mouth of the ship. The strange smell of sulphur emanated from the saucer. Isaac dutifully walked behind them and stepped aboard the craft. I couldn't help but feel as if I was watching some kind of suicide. Isaac had finally taken his leap of faith. The door slammed shut with a metallic sound. The flying saucer then retracted its landing gear and took off straight upwards into the sky before disappearing completely out of view. With this, I was broken from the spell of my paralysis. I stood there for a moment and simply basked in the sheer terror and majesty of it all before turning round and running all the way back to my car. I haven't spoken to my friend Isaac in months. I have no idea where he is. But that's okay. I have a new friend now, who I've been communicating with. This friend has taught me so much, and at long last, they are going to meet with me. They said I was allowed to tell you this story now, because so much more is in store for us. I have to go for a hike now. I shouldn't keep them waiting. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That was another good story by Reddit user Never You Mind. If it were your friend out there, would you follow them into the woods? Or turn back? I'm lucky in that respect. I don't have any friends. Anyway, tonight's fun fact. In 1955, a family in Kentucky claimed that they spent an entire night in a shootout with glowing alien creatures. The case became known as the Kelly-Hopkinsville encounter, and to this day, no one can fully explain what happened. It's still one of the most famous and strangest alien encounter stories in UFO history. And to add a fun twist, the look of the aliens also inspired the look of the gremlins in the 1984 movie. Good night. I've had a fear of rats for as long as I can remember. I don't know exactly what it is about them that scares me. It's not just the tail, or the way they move, or how they sound. It's everything, and it's nothing. To me, rats have always been synonymous with unconditional terror. It all comes from a childhood trauma. A large rat chased me up a hill where I had to hide in a tool shed. The thing seemed rabid, and I had to sit there for at least an hour, listening to the squeals and cries of the desperate thing that wanted to eat me. It was an unusually big rat, larger than some cats I've seen. It's called musophobia, and up until recently, it hasn't really been an issue. I mean, sure, I can get panic attacks and a flight reaction by just seeing one, but I've been able to keep them out of my life more often than not. Sure, now that I'm a parent, I won't let my 2 kids have a hamster, but I'm pretty sure the Yorkshire Terrier we have keeps them busy. My phobia became an issue not too long ago. I was driving the kids home from school. Traffic was being rerouted for maintenance, so I had to take the smaller dirt road instead of staying on the main. It wasn't far, and there was barely any traffic. The road goes by a set of fishing cabins set up around the lake, but was extended to lead back to the main road further up ahead. Usually there's nothing but frogs there. As I drove by, a small family of 6 rats ran straight across the road. This had never happened to me before. My body spasmed and my mind blanked. I panicked and I turned the car straight into a pine tree. It was such a strange feeling. I heard this loud scream and I tried to cover my ears only to realise I was the one screaming. My oldest daughter managed to call 911. My reaction was far scarier to them than the crash itself. We were fine. I was driving slowly and everyone turned out okay. Even the car was okay, after some light bodywork. However, my wife insisted I started going to therapy to deal with this fear once and for all. I couldn't say no. Not again. There aren't many mental health professionals in the nearby area, so the list of available therapists wasn't long. I could go for 2 sessions a week if it wasn't too far away. I was looking for assisted exposure therapy, and truth be told, I was a bit on edge about the whole thing. My wife was the driving force behind this decision, so she pretty much pointed me where to go. She chose to sign me up for a session with Dr. Jane Bogan. Dr. Jane was excited to see me. She was in her 40s and had this combed-back Elvira-looking hairdo, but without the volume. At first sight, you might mistake her for a medium or a psychic. It wasn't the best first impression, but her credentials checked out. We shook hands, her wrist rattling with jewellery and chains. She insisted I call her Jane. The office was kind of murky, dark grey wallpaper with a matching carpet, plenty of bookshelves with a desk set up in the corner, and of course fancy leather lounge chairs, the kind you can straighten out to lie down in. Her office assistant Jeremy offered me a coffee and a donut before returning to the adjacent room. Apparently he helped all 4 officers in the building with their scheduling, but Jane was the only one working today. Jeremy was a short, balding man with a tired look. He had some kind of accent, but I couldn't put my finger on it. European, I think. Today he's all ours, Jane joked. Jeremy didn't laugh. Jane and I had a long talk about my phobia. I told her about the tool shed on the top of the grassy hill, and the screeching sounds of the rabid rat, the desperate scratching trying to make a dent in the front door. I told her about the car crash and how my body just seized up and refused to let me act. Jane was a very active listener, asking follow-up questions and making notes along the way. She nodded, made eye contact, and seemed very attentive. She was good, and just talking openly about my fear was refreshing. And at the end of my first session, Jane explained her thoughts to me. Until next time, I'll present the treatment plan, but I can already say you're a prime candidate for overexposure therapy. You mean exposure therapy? I asked. No, this is different, she smiled and touched my hand. Overexposure therapy is slightly different, but far more effective in the long run. It also doesn't require you to actually meet or touch any rats. It can be done right here in the office. Really? I've never heard of it. I'm licensed to perform it, she said, and stood up. She pointed out a diploma next to a desk. Right there, underneath the degree from Minnesota State, was a license from the Board of Behavioral Health and Therapy, BBHT. It looked official enough, and I didn't have any reason to distrust her. I agreed to discuss it with my wife. Of course, it wasn't much of a discussion. I didn't mind trying something new, and my wife was overjoyed to see me progressing. We tried looking up overexposure therapy, but it didn't give us anything. Most links were just explaining how regular exposure therapy works. I didn't like the idea of facing my fear, but with the guidance of Dr. Jane, it felt a bit easier. She was a professional, after all. I called her and agreed to do the treatment. She explained it would be best to set aside a full day for it. We booked the upcoming Saturday. It wouldn't be cheap, but she guaranteed a breakthrough. I'd wager my reputation on it, she laughed. The next Saturday, I kissed my wife goodbye and left to see Dr. Jane. I was nervous, but seeing my girls wave goodbye as I pulled out of the driveway calmed my heart. They were so worried about me. I had to get better. When I got to Dr. Jane's office, she was waiting for me in the parking lot. Jeremy was there as well, despite it being a Saturday. My car was the only one in the parking lot, making me wonder if Jane lived nearby and walked to work. As I got out of the car, I noticed Jeremy holding a cup of coffee and a donut. We hadn't even stepped inside yet. He didn't blink much. Glad you could make it, said Jane. It's going to be a long day. Jeremy handed me the coffee and the donut, and we entered the office. One of the lounge chairs was set up so I could lie down. I noticed how Jeremy lingered in the room until Jane stared him down. Then she turned her attention to me. It felt like staring into a furnace. Have a seat. I laid down as she dimmed the lights. Close your eyes and don't be alarmed, she continued. What are you... I didn't have time to say anything else. Jane touched her thumb to my forehead and my mind was set on fire. That's the only way I can explain the sensation. My mind flared and there was an intense heat, wave after wave fanning out from the point on my forehead she touched. Heat and freezing cold. There was a taste of metal and a smell of burning rubber, like getting a tattoo on my brain. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't feel my hands or feet. It felt like I was sinking into the chair, deeper and deeper. Relax, a disembodied voice demanded. I felt my breath stopping, my heart slowing. Fire turned to ice. I could have sworn I was dying, but my body didn't respond. I was losing control. Then my eyes burst open. It felt like breaching the surface after diving too deep. My pulse shot through my body like an automatic rifle.
I was shaking and my eyes teared up. To call it disorientating would be an understatement. I was still in the office, but it was night. I'd arrived at 10 in the morning, now it was close to midnight. Jane was gone, Jeremy too. My pockets were empty. I called out, but there was no response. I was alone. I opened the office door and stepped out into the parking lot, only to realise I was actually far from alone. There was Jeremy. His eyes were wide open and seemed larger than usual. The pupils were different sizes. His mouth was wide open like a panting dog, revealing a tongue long enough to reach his belly button. He was completely naked and covered in deep, bloodless cuts. He stood in the middle of the parking lot under the single working lamppost. He seemed taller, like stretched, soft plastic. We locked eyes, his mouth curled into a smile, never blinking, never closing his mouth. And now he was sprinting towards me with complete abandon, naked feet slapped against the concrete. He almost tripped as he stumbled across the curb. I slammed the door shut. Jeremy's entire body weight slammed against the door with a deep splat. The door buckled but held. Jeremy was screaming. It was a pained, primal shriek like someone being set on fire. All-enveloping pain pressed in a rasping and dry voice. I hurried back to the office. One of the bookshelves looked loose, so with enough force I was able to tip it. I had to try. The bookshelf wasn't heavy, but the over 100 books on psychology held it down. I summoned all my strength and tipped the whole thing in front of the door. I sat down, back to the bookshelf. I noticed I was screaming too, yelling at him to stop and leave me alone. It wasn't a conscious decision, it just happened. I was so disorientated, it seemed like time was standing still. As Jeremy broke through the door leading in from the parking lot, I braced myself. He flung himself against the office door, but the added weight of the bookshelf and myself was enough to keep it shut. "Stop!" I heard myself scream. "Please, just stop!" I scrambled to hold him back, cutting my thumb open on a splinter. I didn't even notice it until my hand started slipping from the blood. I stared across the room. I could see a full moon outside the office window. Slowly, a face appeared on the other side of the glass, stepping out of the dark. A woman I'd never seen before. Hairless, also with deep cuts across her skin, eyes wide, pupils differently sized. Her mouth wide open, her long tongue pressed against the glass like a dying eel. "No," I heard myself sigh. "Please, just no." She nodded, as her mouth turned into a sinister smile. Using her arms and face, she started to break herself against the glass. She didn't bleed from the cuts. I didn't know what to do until the glass shattered. I bolted to the left through the side door to the hallway. I followed the corridor to the right as the office door broke in behind me. Jeremy was through. I could hear the two of them panting as they chased me. I saw two options: get out through the window or lock myself in the bathroom. I refused to corner myself, so I chose the window. I smashed it with my elbow and climbed out, feeling cold fingers brush against my neck. It was cold outside, and dark. I just ran, hearing the panting behind me. I followed the path into the pine forest, getting scratches from the trees across my face. It is nothing short of a miracle that I didn't trip. I paid no attention to my feet. As the ground turned upwards to a hill, I lost my breath. I knew this hill. This couldn't be here. It was the same hill where I'd been chased into a tool shed as a kid. And there it was. There was nowhere else for me to go. They were faster, and I had to find cover. This was impossible. I'd done this once before, and now I was doing it again. I ran up the hill, flung the old wooden door open, and shut it behind me. The door had a side bolt, so I locked it. There were no windows, but the entire shed was flimsy at best. I cursed myself. This was just another dead end. For minutes, it was quiet. Maybe they hadn't followed me.
Maybe they took a different path. I relaxed my breath, feeling blood return to my fingers and toes. Then they came. They smashed themselves against the door. They tore at the frail planks. The pain screams exploded and echoed across the hillside. I couldn't hear myself think. Desperate, I looked where to go next, but I was cornered. It can't end like this, I panted. It can't. It won't. Not like this. I cried. I pleaded. There was more of them now, at least 6. One of the planks on the left side broke off, and 5 arms reached in for me. Pale arms, with deep, bloodless cuts. The full moon reflected on blinking eyes and long, slithering tongues. Not like this. The side bolt had lost 2 screws. It was a matter of seconds. No! I armed myself with a claw hammer as the door burst open. Jeremy was the first in, but I didn't get a chance to attack. 3 different arms grabbed me, disarmed me, and pushed me onto the floor. Cold, naked flesh pressed against me. Countless eager faces drooled with delight as teeth pierced my neck. Then I woke up. The clock showed 20 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. I was on the floor of Dr. Jane's office, curled up in the fetal position. There was a cold towel on my head, and Dr. Jane was calmly stroking my shoulder. My head was warm, and a great headache was subsiding. Jeremy was nowhere around. "There we go," she whispered. "You're fine, you're fine." I couldn't speak. I was shaking like a leaf. Jane helped me back to the window seat. "That was the end of the treatment," she smiled. "You're done." What was that? What was... I had completely forgotten why I was there in the first place. Jane reached for something. "Hold your hands out," she said. I did as she asked. A second later, a small white mouse was placed in my palms. The confused little thing just sniffed me and stood on its hind legs. I didn't react. In my mind, I was about to be eaten alive just seconds ago. "You seem to be cured," Jane smiled. "Treatment successful. You can give him back now if you want." I wouldn't mind holding him for a bit. I really didn't. I wanted the little mouse to stay. It was a tiny comfort, a living creature I could feel meant no harm. "Good," Jane nodded. "So, what happened?" "You were overexposed," said Jane, filling out some paperwork. "An extreme stress reaction dampens all other reactions." "I don't understand." "Say you have an oven with 4 settings," she continued. 4 being the highest setting. That's where you were, with your fear of rats. Maximum power. Strength 4. She handed the paper over to me. It was her bill for the day. "I changed your maximum setting to 10. Suddenly a 4 doesn't seem so bad." "But how?" She sat down across from me and locked her eyes with mine. There was something dark there, a hint of red. "I'm very good at what I do." She took my hand and turned it over. That's when I noticed a cut along my thumb. I was allowed to keep the white mouse. I bought him a little cage, some toys, and plenty of food. When I got home that night, my wife couldn't believe her eyes. My girls named the mouse Kenny, and he was gently played with late into the night, much to our Yorkie's dismay. My wife called it a miracle, but I didn't know what to call it. My mind was still in a daze. I find myself thinking back to that day, It wasn't a dream or a vision, it was real. It had to be. Thumbs don't cut themselves on imaginary splinters. Sometimes I find myself staring into the mirror, seeing my pupils dilate into different sizes. It feels like my tongue has grown longer. Hell, my forehead seems to have a slight magnetic pull where Dr. Jane touched me. It's a very unusual kind of headache. There was also an incident, just a few days ago, where I cut my finger dicing potatoes. Not a drop of blood came out. I barely even felt it. I can't bring myself to go back to Dr. Jane. If there's even a slight chance she'll put me back on that hill, I won't ever talk to her or see her again. I might have had the fear of rats scared out of me, but it's been replaced by this deep existential dread for what Dr. Jane could do to me if she wanted to. What has she done to me? And why can't I bleed? Hi everyone, thanks so much for watching. That story was Overexposure Therapy by Reddit's own Saturdead. You can find more of his amazing work linked below. He's an awesome writer, and I hope to narrate more of his stories in the future. Now for a fun fact. There's a fear of long words, and cruelly, it's called hippomonstrosesquidaleaphobia. Oh come on, I deserve a subscribe for that. Imagine having to say that at the doctor's office. Hippomonstrosesquidaleaphobia. Hippomonstrosesquidaleaphobia. I've been thinking a lot about what I went through that night a couple of years back. I've never had the chance to process it. I think when you go through something traumatic or unusual, you compartmentalize it to the point where it feels like it happened to somebody else. That's what it feels like to me. Back then I was living in a suburb near Pittsburgh. I was making ends meet, but margins were slim, and the notion of owning my own house felt like a dream at best. I'd been dating a girl for 2 years, looking for the perfect time to propose, but I just couldn't find the right time and place. But my fortunes were about to change. I got offered a promotion at my job. I'd be a shift manager at a large chemical plant in a couple of weeks. But even better, I got an email about something that might be the perfect time and place for me to finally propose. I was subscribed to a newsletter for a particular singer-songwriter that my girlfriend and I both enjoyed. The first thing we'd ever bonded over was music. There was a promotional campaign where there would be a sneak release of tickets to an upcoming tour, and the first 30 in line would be offered backstage passes. I couldn't imagine a better place to pop the question. Maybe I could get a chance to do it on stage if I asked nicely. But it had to be a surprise, so I kept it to myself. I made up an excuse about going to see my brother and packed a camp-out kit to get in line well and early. The newsletter recommended all of those interested to be in line at least 24 hours ahead of the ticket release. Please be patient and understanding, the email read, and please, wait in line. I drove out there early Saturday morning. They'd arranged it as a sort of a pop-up store. It was going to have all kinds of merch, and by opening day there'd be plenty of people dropping by to get ordinary tickets. But I'd be one of those 30 who got the good ones, come hell or high water. It was awkward getting there though. They'd shut down 3 of the roads for maintenance, making me zigzag between cones and waiting for traffic in opposing lanes to take a turn. There was an apartment complex nearby, but that had been tented up for fumigation. A couple of nearby stores were shut down after health inspections. All in all, it was just bad timing, and there would be no comforts. But I got a bunch of gear packed. I'd be fine. I had an audiobook, some TV shows, and a lawn chair with a slot for an attachable umbrella. I could sit out there for days if need be. As with most pop-up events, there was no big sign, and the location was closed with metal shutters out front. The only thing that showed that this was the place was a discreet little poster on the side of the door that read, "You made it." The newsletter had mentioned that particular poster. It was all designed in a way to make the release feel exclusive. I got there about 23 hours early, and my heart sank. There were already people in line. Luckily, I only counted 27, but for a short moment I was ready to throw in the towel. I got to the back of the line, did a second and third count, and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one cut in line, I was in the green. So I set up my chair, attached an umbrella to my chair, and got started on the first season of Monk. After a couple of hours, the line had grown to about 50 people before slowing down. Maybe those in the back were hoping people up front would either drop out, or maybe they hoped there'd be extra tickets. The email had mentioned that there might be a couple of extras, but it couldn't be guaranteed. But I was still in the green, so I didn't have to worry all that much. It wasn't an unpleasant place to stay. The building was facing away from the sun, and there wasn't any traffic nearby because all the maintenance. I think the crews had stopped working for the weekend because there was little to no machine noise. I didn't hear a single jackhammer or concrete mixer, just the ambience of the city and the murmur of the people in line. There was a bit of a tussle up front. This one woman was getting up and talking to people. She was hard to miss. She had this neon green band shirt and blue-coloured hair. You could see her from a mile away. She went down the line asking if anyone had any antihistamines, allergy pills. She was having some sort of reaction. Turns out, no one had any, so she had to head off to find some. There was a drugstore a couple of blocks away, and the guy next to her promised she could keep her spot, so she walked away, thanking those around her for being so understanding. Thing is, she never came back. Hours later, her spot was still vacant. By dinner time, I kicked up a conversation with the guy next to me. He'd arrived just after I did, so he was still among the first 30. His name was Rodney, and he had this lean metalhead kind of build. Arms covered in tattoos, and those kinds of pants with zippers that you can turn into shorts. It didn't look like his kind of venue. "I'm surprising my girl," Rodney smiled. "She loves this stuff." "Same here," I said. "I think I might pop the question. Congrats. Love to see it." He offered me a Coke, and I took it. He hadn't prepared himself quite like I had, so I offered him a pad to watch some shows while I listened to my audiobook. We shared a couple of stories, some snacks, and added one another to our socials. I chomped down on a cold burrito for dinner and took a nap. Rodney was on his phone talking to a friend for a bit. The people ahead of me were having a conversation of their own, and I only caught parts of it. They were discussing if there were 30 available tickets in total, or if there were more tickets given out to the first 30 people. Was there only one ticket per person? Because if all in line wanted 2 or more, that would be over 60 in total. The email hadn't specified it, so they were a bit worried. I had no idea, but there was no point in arguing about it. We'd see in about a day. There was this one guy who was a couple of spots ahead of me that had to step out of line. He had a friend coming by to drop off some stuff, so he asked if they could hold his spot for a bit. It'd just be a couple of minutes. I saw him disappear around the corner, doing that I'm in a bit of a hurry kind of jog that polite people do. A couple of minutes passed, then half an hour. After a full hour, he still wasn't back. "Isn't that strange?" I said to Rodney. "2 people have gone to get something and none came back." "Sure, yeah, strange," he nodded. "But some people just say those things to get an excuse to leave. It's embarrassing to say you're bored, you know. I guess. It's just strange." "I work at the hospital," he said. "I'm an anesthesiologist. I know what people who crack under pressure looks like, They always shuffle away with a convenient excuse. "You sure that's it?" I asked. "Nah, but I got no other explanation." "Fair enough." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sounds of the city lowered to a mumble. Cars gave way to people walking their dogs, and in this particular neighborhood, there was a lot of those. There were a couple more people who got out of line and walked away, not to return. We were still well over 40 though, but I think some got cold feet as the city got dark. A couple of light posts from a nearby street cast long shadows across the pavement. I was having a nap when Rodney poked me. He looked confused. "Some folks in the back are saying we're in the wrong line. They're opening some name brand store. There ain't no ticket sales." "You shitting me?" I scoffed. "You can't be serious." A guy 3 steps ahead looked back. "This ain't no store opening," he called back. "It's an autograph signing." That kicked up a murmur. All of a sudden, the entire line was talking. There was some confusion about what we were actually doing out there. A lot of people were there for tickets, but for different artists. Some were there for a shop opening, an autograph signing, or a giveaway. A couple of phones were passed around and shown so we could compare emails. All emails were from different accounts, seemingly official enough to get past the spam filters. They all advertised different things, but they ended with the same line. "Please be patient and understanding, and please wait in line." It became readily apparent that no one had the faintest idea what this opening actually was. A couple of folks just got up and left. Finally, the guy at the very front stepped out of line. "I'm not sticking around for some fucking scam," he spat. "I'm going home. You should too." A couple more people packed up but hadn't decided what to do. I was a bit on the fence about it. But as I watched that first man round the corner, I figured there'd been some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe they were doing several promotions at once. I heard his voice. He sounded surprised and a little angry. "What is this?" Then he screamed. A blood-curdling, ear-bleeding scream. It got quiet. Everyone looked at one another, trying to find an answer to what was going on. I got out of my chair to get a better look, but Rodney put his hand on my arm. "Hold on," he said, lowering his voice. "Don't go." "We should call someone." He agreed. But we could see other people were already calling for help. The man from the front of the line never returned. There was someone in the back who called for help. A few people walked down the road to see if everyone was okay, but they never returned either. A patrol vehicle came by about 20 minutes later. 2 police officers walked up, asking questions. Everyone said the same thing. A man had stepped away, and it sounded like he got hurt. The officers did a sweep of the road, and when they came back around, they shrugged it off. "There's nothing here," they said. "You're sure he didn't just call out to a friend?" There were a lot of raised voices at that. But what could we say? It wasn't illegal to step out of line and not come back. There was no blood or sign of a struggle. Maybe we hadn't heard what we thought we heard, but people were raising other issues, like the emails we'd been sent. It all seemed like a plot to trick us. That, the officers had something to say about. "No, it's legit," one said. "We were informed that there'd be people waiting in line for some kind of event." They had no idea what the promotion was for, though. And even if they did, they couldn't disclose it. It was all arranged by an event promoter, who'd in turn been hired by someone else. All in all, there was nothing they could do but to wish us the best of luck and be on their way. As they left, I noticed them meeting up with someone walking their dog at the end of the street. They shook hands, looked at us, and went their separate ways. Rodney and I stayed up late. We decided we'd take turns sleeping, just to make sure no one took our things. I took the first shift. The line had whittled down to about 30 people by then. There'd been a lot of people trickling out after the uncertainty of what this was supposed to be. Of course, none of them came back. I didn't hear anything else, but there was this rising unease that there was something inherently dangerous about stepping away. I could hear a couple of people talking about it, that is, until a woman further back had enough. She'd been sitting quietly for a while, listening to people talk over her. "It's not a big deal," she groaned. "Look, I'll walk one lap around the building. I'll leave my purse here so you know I'll be back, all right?" Maybe she was tired or frustrated. Maybe she wanted to prove a point. She stepped out of line and rounded the corner with a huff. Judging by the size of the building, it ought to take her a couple of minutes at a brisk walking speed. But as those minutes dragged on into half an hour, it was clear she wasn't coming back. She'd left everything behind, so it was clear this wasn't voluntary. Something had kept her from coming back. No one would willingly leave behind their identification, credit cards, or phone. A couple of people discussed leaving as a group. Someone mentioned leaving while being on a phone call to report back as they went. But no one wanted to take the risk. We didn't know what was going on, and no one was eager to put themselves on the line. Instead, we waited, speculated, and murmured back and forth about what might be going on. Was it a trafficking thing? Gang-related? Or was this whole thing just a big misunderstanding? I woke up Rodney around midnight and leaned back in my chair. I told him about the woman leaving her things behind, and I could see something settle on his brow. It was a strange position to be in. We were either completely fine or in incredible danger. But which was it? Which made more sense? I had a nervous sleep. No dreams, just a stream of thoughts. I kept waking up for the dumbest reasons. A car playing loud music a couple streets down. A barking dog. Someone throwing away a bunch of glass bottles. Just everyday city noise. Rodney had slumped against the wall chewing on some licorice. When he noticed me watching, he pointed down the street. "They keep coming back around." "Who?" I asked. "Not sure. Some guy walking his dog every 30 minutes or so." "The same guy?" "I don't know. Maybe." We kept our eyes on the street, and just like he said, a man with a dog passed by. He was wearing a large coat and a baseball cap, and the dog was one of the larger breeds. Possibly a St. Bernard, or some kind of sheepdog. "Every 30 minutes, Rodney reiterated. "I don't think he's walking his dog." "So what's he doing then?" Rodney shook his head and took another bite of licorice. "Patrolling." It was the middle of the night when the police came back. 2 officers, same as before, walked down the line with an audible sigh. "Someone called again," they said. "What's going on?" A young man got up and pointed at the woman who'd left her things behind. The police scooped it up, checked it, and promised to take it back to the station. As they were about to leave, the young man asked if they could escort him to his car. They agreed. As he left, he looked back at the rest of us, holding up his phone. A woman he'd been sitting next to held up her phone in response. "I'll stay on the line until I get home," he called out. "I'll keep you updated." It seemed to go well enough, but as they rounded the corner at the end of the street, I noticed one of the officers looking to the left and raising his hand, as if waving at someone just off to the side. We all looked at the woman with the phone. She was hunched over, cradling it with both hands, listening through wireless earpieces. She'd say something occasionally, like a quiet, "Yes, I'm still here," or "Are you okay?" Then, after a couple of minutes, her eyes went wide. "Hello," she said. Dan, are you there?" There was no response. I could see the tears pool in her eyes as her hand started to shake. He'd promised to stay on the line. Something must have gone wrong. "They're picking us off," muttered Rodney. "Someone is picking us off." "But why?" I whispered back. "What's the point?" "Think about it," he said. "This whole block is basically shut down. Roadwork, maintenance, fumigation, renovations. It's just us out here. But why us? Why now? There's got to be a reason." Everyone was awake by then. We tried to figure out if we all had something in common. We all looked different, and we were all different ages. We were there for different reasons, and we lived in different parts of town. There was nothing readily apparent that we had in common. "Dan works at a bottling plant," the woman with the phone added. "I'm in retail." Others joined in. One was an airline pilot. Another was a bodyguard, a firefighter, a translator. All very different people in very different lines of work. However, we had one thing in common. We all had access to something. Rodney had access to pretty much whatever at the hospital. The woman working retail had access to influential private clients. The firefighter had control over who had what shift, and who would respond to what call. The translator could listen in on privileged information. I was no different. I was about to become shift manager at the plant. I could choose what and who went where, and when. "Is that it?" Rodney said. "Is that what we're here for?" "But what's the point of taking us out?" I asked. "This isn't hurting anyone but us." The man walking his dog was back for another round, but now it looked like he'd slowed down a bit. As Rodney talked, I saw him stop at the end of the street, giving us a long look. And his dog looked too. Somewhere around 3 a.m, a whole group of people got up from the back of the line. The idea was clear. They were going to rush out of there. Others protested, saying they could call people over to come help. "If we all call someone, we can make a crowd," a man called out. "We can leave as a crowd, and we'll be fine." "No, we have to spread out," someone else said. "We go different ways and we go fast. Some of us are bound to get out." Rodney got up too, but his voice drowned in the crowd. Things were getting heated, and people were pushing one another. Angry fingers were being pointed. Phrases were repeated over and over and over. The argument was quickly turning into a shouting contest. "There's at least 8 people patrolling," Rodney tried to say. "I've counted. There's at least 8. At least 8. But no one listened. And as push came to shove, a group from the back of the line spread out and ran into the night. Rodney slouched back down against the wall, breathing heavily. We all held our breaths, listening. We could hear footsteps running down different alleyways. It started with a crash, like someone taking a tumble into a trash container. Then, one pair of footsteps stopped. Not long after, another stopped. And from a far-off corner, I heard this barking. A loud, growling bark. "No!" someone pleaded. "No, no, no!" There was no screaming, no gunshots. All the sounds just stopped, and no one came back. The guy from the back of the line called out to them, but got no answer. We were down to about 20 people. Some were calling home. Others were calling the police, but they weren't about to come back here for a third time. One called a taxi, but they couldn't find a place to park, so they had to stop at an adjacent street, which we couldn't get to. There was also this one woman with a face tattoo that asked to borrow a phone. Rodney handed over his. "I'm getting my guys down here," she said. "You'll see. I'm done." She made a call, shouting angrily for a couple of minutes. After the person on the other end finally seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, Rodney got his phone back. About 20 or so minutes later, 6 very tired men came wandering down the street. I could see the outline of holsters inside their cheap jackets. "We're going," the tattooed woman called out. "Y'all can come if you want." A couple of people got up. I looked at Rodney, but he shook his head. "Suit yourself," she continued. "We're leaving." We watched them walk away and round the corner. I heard them starting a car and putting it in gear. There was music playing, something loud with a thumping bass. It sounded like they were about to drive away when I heard a bark, but it wasn't just a bark. It was more like a growling cough. Then a gunshot, then another. The sound bounced against the walls, ringing out over the city. I saw a couple of lights turn on in distant buildings. Then all was quiet again. No one wanted to go look. Some people screamed at nearby houses, hoping for someone to open a window and look our way. No one did. The line itself was in complete disarray by then. People were packing and unpacking, pacing back and forth, hoping some opportunity would show itself. I wasn't immune to it, but I tried to stay calm. Rodney helped a lot. He was a lot more calculated than I'd imagined when I first saw him. He counted the people walking by. He measured the dogs. He listened for repeating sounds. My mind was tired, but my heart kept my eyes open and frantic. "I don't get this one thing," I said. "There's a timeline." "What do you mean?" he asked. "They gave us a time this would open," I continued. "If they're just going to keep us here until they've picked us off, why would they give us an end point?" "There's got to be something to it," he said. "Some reason for this specific place, and this time. And what happens when it opens?" We looked at one another. Whatever was going on, there couldn't be anything good in there. Rodney brought up the idea of breaking into the place we'd been lining up for. A couple of folks were on board, but the front gates were barred shut, and the personnel entrance was on the back of the building. That kicked up all previous arguments about calling for help, or moving as a group, or running like panicked animals into the night. We tried to bend a piece of rebar into a makeshift crowbar, but we couldn't get it to work. The place was locked down hard, and we hadn't brought anything to break through. We couldn't do it. A couple of people thought about collecting jackets and making a line so we could pull them back if need be. The problem was, no one wanted to volunteer. "Nothing happens until we're out of sight," someone said. "As long as we're within view, nothing happens. So someone can go to the end of the street, look around the corner, and come back." We had a volunteer for that. A large guy in his early 40s. He brushed off our worries, grabbed his backpack, and went to the end of the street. We could see him the whole time as he called back to us. "There's a car here," he yelled. "The door's open, there's no one here." "Can you see anything?" Rodney called out. "Nothing," he said. "Not a soul." He turned to go back to us when he stopped. He looked to the side. There was a hint of doubt there. Rodney peered up at me, then back at the man. "I think the patrol's coming around," he said. "Any moment now." Suddenly the man started running back to us. By the time he reached us, 3 of us were up on their feet to catch him and slow him down. He was panting like he was having an episode. We looked back towards the street, where a person walking his dog had stopped to look at us. "That's no dog," the man wheezed. "I don't know what that is, but it's no dog." For a couple of seconds we all just stared at the stranger. There really was something unusual about that dog. Its back legs had a curious shape, and there was a shine to the eyes that I hadn't noticed before. Almost blue. A couple more people would crack in the following hour. One just straight rushed down the road. Another tried to leave, but was held back by the others. A couple tried to call people for help, or to have someone escort them to their car. but nothing came of it. One guy kept spamming the police over and over, yelling at the operator that if they were that upset with him, they were free to come down and arrest him at any time. By dawn, there were less than 20 of us still waiting in line. It was about 6 a.m. when I saw someone coming down the road. A woman with blue-coloured hair and a neon green band shirt. I poked Rodney. We recognised her. She'd been the first one to leave, the one who went to get allergy medication. She came back, I said. You sure? Rodney asked. You sure that's her? Positive, I said. Same clothes and everything. She waved at us. She was smiling and a bit bouncy, like she'd had a good night's sleep. In comparison, the rest of us were nervous wrecks. I heard there was trouble, she said. I'm sure it was a misunderstanding. What happened? I asked. Nothing happened, she insisted. Pills made me sleepy, so I went home. I just came to get my things, see what's going on. I wasn't buying it. And by the looks of Rodney, he wasn't either. Others didn't seem all that sure, but a couple seemed to relax their shoulders a bit. Despite my reservations, she got a lot of people up on their feet. Maybe they really wanted to believe that it was all just a big misunderstanding. And yeah, it was convincing. She'd come back after all, but maybe she was some kind of plant. Or maybe it was just someone who sort of looked like her. About half of all the people who remained joined her. They left together, giving the rest of us a tired wave goodbye. Some broke down in tears. There was this one woman whose face has burned into my mind. She was completely beside herself, shaking like a dry leaf in the wind. I'm scared, okay? She cried. I'm scared. I don't understand what's going on. I just want to go home. She was assured and hugged and led by the hand. And slowly but surely, they all wandered off down the street, and none would return. About an hour later, there were less than 10 of us left. Rodney shook his head as he looked from side to side. No patrols, he said. They've missed it 2 times. You think we can go? I asked. No, he said. Something's up. He shook his head as we looked down the road, only to see someone approaching. It was one of the people who'd been walking their dog. Except now they weren't just passing by. They were stopping at the end of the street. A couple more joined, blocking off the other exits. One by one, they bent down and let their dogs off their leash. I looked at Rodney. For the first time, he looked scared. I could see his chest rising and falling with little claustrophobic breaths. We were being closed in on from all sides. They fanned us out, he whispered. They outnumber us. What the fuck do we do? I whispered back. He got up, and I followed. Others were taking notice as well. But as we began to spread out, we could see the approaching people moving to intercept. Then, the barking. I'll never forget the moment the dogs stepped out of the shade of the surrounding buildings. They looked almost completely black in the shadows, but they remained equally black when they stepped into the morning light. They had this ink-black, slick skin. Their back feet looked like something from a bird, and the entire body was hunched over on all fours. It was more humanoid than I'd thought, and as they got closer, they stretched out. The smaller of them, at full length, was at least 6 feet 7 inches. One of them looked my way with a shark-like grin, scratching the pavement like an eager dog with long pointed claws. I looked back at Rodney a final time, and in a split-second realization, all hell broke loose. Someone made a run for it, only to be tackled to the ground. One of the dogs got them by the neck and bit down hard with a sickening snap. One guy tried to climb a light post, hoping he could get up to a window of a nearby building. 2 more creatures tore down the light post, breaking it with a snap as he came tumbling to the ground. They They were picking us off one by one, killing us, feeding on us. A couple had time to scream for help, but the creatures targeted whoever made noise first. The 40-something-year-old man who'd gone out to the street earlier was tackled face first into the pavement and had those razor-sharp teeth dug into the back of his neck. My mouth tasted salt as morbid death smells crept up my nose. We didn't stand a chance. There were at least 12 of them, and they knew what they were doing. Rodney and I stayed by the wall, trying to make ourselves as small as possible. I got a good look at some of the dog walkers. A couple of them were complete strangers, but a couple of them I recognized from earlier. They'd been in line just like me and Rodney. Maybe they'd been plants, or something else entirely. The creatures were feasting. One of the handlers went up to the locked building and rolled it open as one of them walked up to me and Rodney. He looked us up and down as one of the creatures settled down by his side, snarling and drooling, starved and ready to pounce. The man adjusted his glasses, peering out from under his baseball cap. "We got any hatches left?" he called out. The building opened. I couldn't see what was inside from my angle, being pushed up against the wall. "All done," someone responded. "Got them all." The man looking at me and Rodney was maybe 30 years old, with a fashionable beard. Simple square glasses. I couldn't have picked him out of a crowd. He looked down at the dark creature and adjusted his nondescript baseball cap. "Which one you want?" he asked. "Which did you dream of?" I felt something to my right. Rodney reached out and grabbed my hand. Not because we were making a break for it, or to try some last-minute master plan. He was just scared, and when you're scared, you want to hold someone's hand. So he held mine. The creature looked us over. A hint of blue reflected at us from its deep eyes. We fumbled for the right words to say. Some plea. Some brilliant, last-minute monologue. Something to appeal to their sense of kindness and humanity. But the stranger with the glasses didn't move a muscle. He might as well have been shopping for groceries. And with that, the creature growled. It had decided. It pounced on Rodney. I held his hand for as long as I could. I didn't look. I remember the sensation of screaming, but I don't remember the sound. My throat turned raw. The muscles in Rodney's hand tightened, then fell limp. The man with the glasses took a step forward, shushing the creature. There, he said. "It's okay. Dream well. Eat." Bone crunching, sinew snapping, meat, and the smell of hot iron. I closed my eyes so hard my skull ached. There was noise all around me. I didn't hear most of it, as I could barely make out anything over the sound of my own heart. There was biting and ripping, interlaced with the most casual-sounding conversation. "You got the shells?" someone asked. "No need. We're torching." "You sure?" "It's clear. We got a firefighter." I looked up. A couple creatures began to look different as they ate. Some had brighter skin. Some were shorter, fatter. I heard clattering as their claws fell off their fingers. Bones snapping as their legs straightened. Then the man with the glasses clapped his hands at me. "Hey," he said. "You can go." "What?" "You can go," he repeated. "We're done." I got up off the ground and cleared my eyes. A couple of people looked my way, and I could tell they weren't entirely convinced. Some were armed. I recognized one of them as the woman with the face tattoo. "You're letting me go?" "Sure," he said. "We got a full brood. We don't need you." "You can't kill people and walk away," I whispered. "You can't. You can't do that." He shrugged at me like I'd asked him what the time was. I stepped back and no one followed me. I glanced at the creature gnawing on Rodney, only to see that it had started to gain his features. his face, his gangly arms, and all the while, the man with the glasses calmly shushed it and stroked its back. The others were setting fire to the building, using a can of gasoline and a strip of newspaper. I only saw a brief glance of the inside. Black rock-like fragments littered the floor. Strange organic formations stuck to the wall in batches of 3 to 6. When he noticed I wasn't leaving, the man with the glasses casually waved a pistol at me. Not to shoot me, but to show that he had it. "Go on now," he said. And as the fire flared up, I stepped around the corner, and I didn't return. I came home in tears. I remember breaking down in the hallway trying to explain everything all at once to my girlfriend. I told her about the tickets, and the plans I'd made, and the people I'd met, and the dogs, and the handlers. All of it. I tried to show her Rodney's socials, and as I did, I noticed he was posting. My heart skipped a beat. "Long night," the post said. It was just a selfie, posted 10 minutes earlier. He looked fine. Healthy even. But there was a little blue tint to his eyes that wasn't there before. No people went missing that night. Everyone came home, eventually. And from what I've read, there haven't been any incidents. Everything just keeps going like normal, like nothing happened. So who can I call? What can I even say? You can't report a person not being properly killed to the police. I even texted Rodney once, and he responded like it was no big deal. "I just went home," he said. "I'm fine, we should hang out sometime." I haven't agreed to it. I don't think I can. I don't even know what to think anymore. About a week or so after all this went down, I got a card. An apology card with a sad blue sunflower on the front. Inside was a handwritten note. "Sorry for the inconvenience," it read. There were 2 tickets to the concert, backstage passes. I ended up going. I proposed. I think I recognized a couple of people in the crowd, but I'm not sure. Now, years down the line, it all feels like a nightmare. I can't point to a single thing and say, "Hey, look, it really happened." There are no witnesses, and in the eyes of the law, no crime has been committed. But I know what I lived through that night. That'll stay with me forever. And I know this was violent and ugly and sick. But that email asked me to wait patiently, and maybe that's what saved my life in the end. Maybe I'm still waiting. But for what? Hey guys, thanks for listening. I've narrated quite a lot of Saturday stories recently, and I think you'll agree his writing is absolutely amazing. I may be a published author myself, but honestly, I don't think I'm at his standard yet. If you'd like to check out more of his work, I've got a dedicated playlist for you. And if you fancy hearing some of my own stories, I've started narrating those too. They've got their own playlist, and it should be up on the screen now, or in a minute, or maybe a little while ago. I'm not very good with timing. While I've got you, it would be awesome if you could subscribe, maybe drop a comment with your favourite story, or give this one a like. It really helps get the channel out there. I'm juggling work, motherhood, and everything in between just to get these stories out to you, which is probably why half the time my coffee's gone cold before I get to drink it. And now for a random fun fact. Did you know the longest line ever recorded was in Poland in 2012? Over 45,000 people stood in line for a single cup of coffee at a festival, and some of them still didn't get served. Makes waiting in a horror storyline sound a bit more appealing, right? Good night.
He first noticed something was wrong when the internet and phones died. At first, he assumed a blackout. Then the gunfire started, distant at first, creeping closer by the hour. Smoke drifted into their quiet cul-de-sac. Flames danced on the horizon. He was too afraid to leave. Martial law was still in place. Being caught outside would mean a bullet in the head. He kept the curtains closed, kept checking the phone for a dial tone. By week 18, the screaming started. Terror-filled and high-pitched, it echoed through the wall, separating his house from the Watsons. It was the children. Furniture slammed into walls. He could feel the vibrations. Peeking through the curtain, John checked for military vehicles. Nothing. If this wasn't soldiers, then something was seriously wrong. He unlocked the back door and quietly scaled the fence. The screams had stopped, but he continued toward their kitchen window, dodging forgotten garden toys. The window was just a bit too high. He flipped over a small tricycle and stepped up. Inside the open-plan living room was a scene of pure horror. Mary, bright, loving Mary, was hunched over her youngest daughter, teeth sunk deep into the child's neck. The 6-year-old's lifeless eyes locked with John's. He froze. Bile burned the back of his throat. There was no sign of the older daughter, but the screams had already told him enough. He adjusted his footing on the tricycle handlebars when a shrill ding pierced the silence. Mary's head snapped toward him. Blood-slicked, snarling, she lunged for the window, slamming herself into the glass. Her fingers clawed at the panes with a mindless rage. John fell backward, crashing to the concrete. He scrambled up and sprinted from the yard, heart pounding. He collapsed in the street, legs buckling beneath him. From every window around him, blood-smeared faces stared back. Neighbours he'd known for years, now wild-eyed and feral, growling behind him. He turned. The Watsons' older daughter was halfway through the doggy door, one side of her face gone, the other snarled with primal hunger. He didn't wait. Back over the gate, inside, locked, reinforced with the dining table, any barrier between him and them. He packed what he could carry. He was going to find Holly. That had been 2 weeks ago. He wasn't a doctor, he'd never understand the science, but he understood this. The vaccine didn't work. It rewired the brain. Everyone vaccinated died, and when the brain shut down, something else took over, something hungry, something that spread through saliva. The old and the young were left. The streets were lost, and no one was coming to help. He sat in the attic now, holding the heart-shaped locket up to the skylight. Beams of fractured light danced along the ceiling. It had been Holly's first gift from him, Christmas, their first year together. She'd worn it every day. He found it in an envelope, his name on the front dropped from the smashed upstairs window. He hadn't opened it before stepping inside. He should have. The second the door closed behind him, they rushed him. 3 figures, unrecognizable from what they once were. He prayed none of them were Holly. He fought through them, heading toward her room, but the door was splintered, broken. He detoured. The attic ladder was half down. He climbed, bleeding, barely shutting it behind him. Now he sat in the silence, heart pounding. The locket slid open in his hand. Inside, a folded note. I love you. He closed his eyes, the words lodging in his chest like a shard of glass. He got to his feet and fastened the locket around his neck. He knew she was down there. He had never left her before. He wouldn't start now. Pulling open the hatch, he sat on the edge, looking down at the figures below. The shells of Jean, Simon, and Holly clawed mindlessly up at him. He rubbed the locket between his fingers. His eyes locked onto Holly's face, searching for something, anything. And for just a second, maybe less, he thought he saw it. She had looked up at him that way once, years ago, when he gave her the locket. He'd said it made her look like a girl in a fairy tale. She had laughed, told him he was soft. Then she kissed him, held his hand and said it back. I love you. He drew in a deep breath. I love you too, he whispered, and let himself fall. This was just one story. Let me know if you liked it. I write and narrate new ones every week. Tap follow if you're ready for more. The Watsons' older daughter was halfway through the doggy door, one side of her face gone, the other snarled with primal hunger. He didn't wait. Back over the gate, inside, locked, reinforced with the dining table, any barrier between him and them. He packed what he could carry. He was going to find Holly. That had been 2 weeks ago. He wasn't a doctor, he'd never understand the science, but he understood this. The vaccine didn't work. It rewired the brain. Everyone vaccinated died, and when the brain shut down, something else took over, something hungry, something that spread through saliva. The old and the young were left. The streets were lost, and no one was coming to help. He sat in the attic now, holding the heart-shaped locket up to the skylight. Beams of fractured light danced along the ceiling. It had been Holly's first gift from him, Christmas, their first year together. She'd worn it every day. He found it in an envelope, his name on the front dropped from the smashed upstairs window. He hadn't opened it before stepping inside. He should have. The second the door closed behind him, they rushed him. 3 figures, unrecognizable from what they once were. He prayed none of them were Holly. He fought through them, heading toward her room, but the door was splintered, broken. He detoured. The attic ladder was half down. He climbed, bleeding, barely shutting it behind him. Now he sat in the silence, heart pounding. The locket slid open in his hand. Inside, a folded note. I love you. He closed his eyes, the words lodging in his chest like a shard of glass. He got to his feet and fastened the locket around his neck. He knew she was down there. He had never left her before. He wouldn't start now. Pulling open the hatch, he sat on the edge, looking down at the figures below. The shells of Jean, Simon, and Holly clawed mindlessly up at him. He rubbed the locket between his fingers. His eyes locked onto Holly's face, searching for something, anything. And for just a second, maybe less, he thought he saw it. She had looked up at him that way once, years ago, when he gave her the locket. He'd said it made her look like a girl in a fairy tale. She had laughed, told him he was soft. Then she kissed him, held his hand and said it back. I love you. He drew in a deep breath. I love you too, he whispered, and let himself fall. This was just one story. Let me know if you liked it. I write and narrate new ones every week. Tap follow if you're ready for more.
For many years, I didn't want to tell this story. It's painful, embarrassing, and to a greater extent, unbelievable. But if I'm ever to move on, I need to put this behind me for good. So yes, I'm going to talk about Costa Rosa. A lot of you are probably going to go, what's Costa Rosa? And yeah, that's fair. It was a niche hashtag that circulated certain social media circles back in 2017. It was a sort of background community manager for a group of influencers. No big mainstream names, but they had a decent set of followers. They were all into the more obscure corners of the web, focusing on a particular age group, a social issue, or some kind of special interest. These were people who got sponsorships by staying content approachable, sponsor friendly, and authentic. In truth, they all had media coordination groups with managers, stylists, and a whole slew of background people making sure their content was filtered and greenlit. I was part of this background team. For obvious reasons, I can't say their names. Some of them are still around, in one way or another. Others I will refrain from mentioning out of respect for their loved ones. Now, Costa Rosa. For weeks, me and the coordinators had been running into a problem. There was something we called an expectation of excellence, and it was getting impractical to coordinate localised trips and bookings for content creators on different continents. We had a vegan guy in Cardiff and a friendly, middle-aged, sort of red state baker in Tennessee. As you can imagine, we had to do a lot of varied work. So after weeks of dwindling interest, we had to funnel attention into something new. Someone had this idea of a joint resort. We reached out to various locations about sponsorship deals, and in return, we'd made their place look gorgeous. It was the kind of push where we could put all eggs in the same basket and get some great content out of it. The problem was, no one was biting. Then someone said, "Does it have to be a real place?" It sounded like a stupid question. I mean, it had to be. You can't go somewhere that doesn't exist. But the more you think about it, you can make anything as real as you want. We could say it's exclusive, someone said. Invite only. A private island kind of thing, another chimed in. We just need a name and an area. Some Central American island. Think Belize, Panama, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka's in Africa. No one cares. We finally settled on a fictional island off the coast of Costa Rica. All we needed was a name. I'd been quiet up until this point, and the silence was getting to me, so I just threw it out there. Let's call it Costa Rosa. The Pink Coast was our make or break project. We came up with all kinds of crazy ideas. We had a food guy who pulled out 3 kinds of crab recipes and called them cultural secrets of locals. One of our video guys added that we could edit certain videos to make the beach look pink. We came up with names for streets, hiking trails, local fishing boats, all of it. We made a list of every fruit you could find on the island. We made it all up, just so that if anybody asked, we could have the answers. And it got to the point where people were loudly clapping at each other's lies. I vividly remember when someone came up with the idea of a bioluminescent waterfall, saying it could be proof of the island's beautiful biodiversity. And I'm not going to lie, I was into it. This was the kind of business we were in, and Costa Rosa was this huge breathing dollar sign. And of course, our influencers would be into it. You just had to frame it all in a way that made them look like heroes, inspiring the little people to step out of their comfort zone and aim for the stars. I was having some trouble privately though. I graduated college with a bachelor's in communication, and that's where I met my fiancé. But I sort of stumbled over the influencer business. I've always been a bit pear-shaped, and working with these larger-than-life, beautiful people made me feel like I was part of the in-crowd. I'd never had that, which was something my fiancé couldn't really understand. We got into a ton of fights about it. When you work from your phone, you're never really off the clock. You see something cool when you're out shopping, tag it, send it. You hear about some interesting place downtown, check it out, talk to the owner, get a foot in the door. People around me got tired of never really just hanging out with me. And in hindsight, I can see why. They were always the third wheel. But when our first Costa Rica content was launched, things turned bad. We were having some of the worst fights ever. I thought it was inspiring. He thought it was fraud. I argued that we weren't selling anything, but he argued that we were selling a lifestyle. Either way, it got to the point where we postponed the wedding. I suppose it was a good thing we'd been too lazy to renew our passports, or we'd be out thousands of dollars from a non-refundable honeymoon. We didn't officially separate, but the distance from the couch to the bed seemed longer every day. In about 2 weeks, the whole project went off the rails. Sure, we were getting clicks, and we had a couple of sponsorships lined up. But there were things that we hadn't anticipated. For example, there was another group in Eastern Europe that hijacked the whole thing. They made their own videos with their own influencers going to Costa Rosa. They never even talked to us about it. They just stole the whole thing. They weren't even discreet about it. We had a couple of other small-time copycats. Some people mentioned turning down an invitation to go there on Twitter. Others mentioned how they'd been contacted but refused to go for one reason or another. There was this one London-based singer who claimed she was going there, only to cancel at the last minute and showing her fans the gift bag from the organisers on the live stream. But somehow, things got worse. Scams, fake raffles and lotteries. Like this video to get a chance to go to Costa Rosa kind of stuff. And it was moving some real money too. We were panicked. We'd never signed off on that. Our talent hadn't either. But what were we supposed to do? If we came clean, our careers were over. One of the team came up with an idea. We could go somewhere that is as close to Costa Rosa as possible and show the real thing. That way, we had our backs covered. We could point to the map and say this was it. Sure, we could admit taking a few artistic liberties, but it would cover our tracks. And somehow, we found the perfect spot. I didn't know the real name of the place. We all agreed to just call it Costa Rosa, as to not slip up. It all went by so fast. There was a group call, something about boarding tickets, someone waiting to pick me up. I lost my luggage at the airport, but there was no time to stop. All I had to do was get there, and everything would sort itself out. I slept through the flight and mumbled through the transfer. There was a boat somewhere. Temperatures shifted and the language on the signs looked different from home. And within a few hours, I was standing with my bare feet buried in the pink sands. They really were pink. Now, we'd made up a lot of stuff about Costa Rosa, sure. The pink beaches was one thing, but there was also the fog. We called it a refreshing summer phenomenon. A heavy fog that rolled in from the coast every morning, causing this white, almost cyan mist. But there really was a mist on the island. I could barely see my hands in front of me as I stepped through it. Seeing this place for the first time felt like a Disney movie. You can't really believe spots like this exist. It was almost exactly as we described it. Pink sands, fruit trees, colourful birds. No bioluminescent waterfall though. Then again, those were only seen at night. I couldn't believe how lucky we'd been. This might as well have been the real thing. We were a group of 16 people, 4 of which were influencers. The rest of us were all behind the camera. We were all saying the same thing. It felt like stepping into a dream. It was too perfect, and we knew perfect. Perfect was our business. There was no one there to greet us, so we didn't know where to go. Our bags must have been taken to the hotel. We'd figured they'd gotten the arrival time wrong, so we spent most of the afternoon just relaxing by the water, watching the tides roll in and tickle our feet. It really was beautiful. I remember dozing off for a bit as the others tried to get the hotel manager on the line. Someone suggested we walked, but we had camera equipment and not a lot of patience, and, well, we weren't in a hurry. It was mid-afternoon when Jay woke me up. Jay was one of our cameramen. A Southeast Asian guy with these big round glasses. No matter what you said, he'd just nod and smile. Not because he didn't understand, but because he found out early on the best thing to do was just kinda go with the flow, lean into the vibe. "There's people," he said. "I think we're heading out." I groaned and got up, only to see a dozen strangers flocking around our team. Lots of smiles, hugs and welcomes. Pleasant people. But then I realised, these people didn't live on the island. They weren't even crew. They were tourists. "I can't believe we're here," someone yelled. "I thought it was a scam," another said. "Hand to God, thought it was a scam, I did." People were coming up to us to shake our hands and chat. All of them were viewers of our content in one way or another. They'd recognised our talent immediately. You shot me a half-smiling, "Please get me out of here" kind of look. We took charge and sorted things out, making sure we all got some space to breathe, and making it clear that we appreciated the enthusiasm, but this was a private occasion. The tourists didn't seem to mind. They weren't coming down from their high anytime soon. "I can't believe we're here," one said. "It really feels like a dream." We walked. There was no point in standing around, and we needed some space from the tourists. I couldn't believe how bad our luck was. This place had been thoroughly vetted, and the chance of someone else finding it at the same time we did was astronomical. It wasn't just unlikely, it was close to impossible. It was one of our talents, Kim, that finally spoke up. A short woman in her early 30s with a big personality. She had this marriage advice / calisthenics themed channel. "Can whoever booked this just call the hotel?" she said. "It's been hours." Everyone stayed quiet. We didn't have a clear answer. We just kind of pointed at one another. I figured someone who didn't show up was the one who made the booking. But it left a strange thought. This had all gone very fast, suspiciously so. We spent most of the afternoon and early evening following a long road, picking fruit straight from trees, and drinking from the island springs. We met a couple more tourists, but they didn't seem to recognize us. They didn't even speak the language. They were just so happy to be there. It was all so fantastic. You didn't feel tired, no matter how long you walked. You didn't get that hungry or thirsty. There was fresh fruit hanging from low branches and exotic smells coming from blooming flowers. There was this one blue-looking sunflower that was about as tall as me, just off the side of the road. Everything just felt right. Promoting this place like that would be the simplest thing in the world. But there was also a strange quality to it, and I couldn't help but notice it affecting the others. I first saw it on Jay. He was looking down at his hand, slowly opening and closing his fingers, like he was trying to sense something. When he noticed me looking, he reached out and put his hand on my cheek. I pulled back a little. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't know you were real." I laughed it off, and he did too. We never found that hotel. We did find new road signs, but no one was paying enough attention to care. The roads had the same names as those we'd brainstormed in our group chats. Some of them hadn't even been made public. As the sun began to set, the island changed. We could see a faint glow coming from the water, and there was a serenade of hissing insects in the distance. Even at its coldest, Costa Rosa was comfortable. Some folks stripped down into their underwear. It all had this sort of spring break kind of vibe. Like we weren't actually there to work, but enjoy ourselves. Some folks were pulling pranks. 2 guys went skinny dipping. One of our producers found a mossy spot near a rock and took a nap. And Kim, the faithful calisthenics person, she was making out with one of our social media managers. By the time I walked away, they'd gone to second base. But I paid most attention to Jay. There was something about him that didn't seem right. He was pulling off these slices of bark from the tree and rolling it into a pointy end. He poked his fingers with it over and over, as if to see if he could feel it. I don't think he did. He was smiling too much. It was hard to concentrate. I was constantly shaking my head trying to focus. I must have looked like I was having a seizure, but I doubt anyone was paying attention. They were busy dipping into their own kind of nonsense. As the sun set on Costa Rosa, I fell asleep in the moss. It was the warmest, kindest sleep I've ever felt. Perfect temperature, perfect softness. Who the hell needed a hotel anyway? By morning, the fog rolled back in. I could barely see my own hands. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I got there. It took me a moment to mentally retrace my steps. The flight, the boat. It was all a blur. All that mattered, that was I made it to Costa Rosa. Everything else was secondary. It looked like everything had been covered in a soft cloud. I could see a couple of silhouettes in the distance, but I couldn't tell who was who. I sat there, taking in the atmosphere, eating fresh fruit for breakfast, though I couldn't remember where I got it from. When the morning fog finally cleared, there weren't many of us left. Some had wandered off, others had made their way back down to the road. There were also these hiking trails that I suspect some had followed. Both Kim and Jay were gone, and no one seemed to have a plan. We were all distracted, me included. As I walked around, feeling the gentle moss between my toes, I tried to think of what I'd packed. A pair of socks, a shirt, anything. I could vaguely imagine the suitcase, but I couldn't make heads nor tails of what I'd packed. I remembered getting into a taxi, or maybe an Uber, but then there was a blank space. There was a check-in somewhere, a ticket, maybe. I tried to think of my fiancé. We were still together, officially, but there was something we talked about that was nagging me. Not our fights, but something trivial. It really bothered me, like an itch in the back of my mind. It took me a while to realise I'd wandered around in a daze. I had no idea where I was anymore. There was no path, the others were gone, and yet everything was pleasant. It must have been around noon when I finally saw some other people in the distance. A small group gathered around a clearing. My first instinct was to wave at them, but my chest tightened. There was something off about them, giving it that second of hesitation. I noticed a couple of things. All three of them were fully dressed, and they were strangers to me. There were two young men and an older woman. One of the men was carrying something in his right hand, and they were looking down at the ground. I kept my head low and listened from a distance. "It feels so real," the man holding something said. "Like I'm really here." "It's amazing," said the older woman. "It's perfect." They shared some fruit and had a laugh. I was just about to get up when I saw the man holding something turn to another angle. He was holding a gun. He pointed it at something on the ground and fired 3 rounds. The others cheered. "I've always wanted to do that," he smiled. "I love this." They turned their attention northward, away from me. They must have heard something. Chuckling to themselves, they walked away, leaving me to sneak ahead to see what they'd done. The soothing tropical silence cast a stark contrast to the sudden gunshot. I almost choked on my own spit when I saw her, face down in the undergrowth. Kim, shot dead at close range. More people had arrived at Costa Rosa that morning. It's like everyone had been invited and arrived at the same time. They all said the same thing. This was a dream, too good to be true. They couldn't believe that they were really at Costa Rosa and that they were there to enjoy it. No. For them, this was too unbelievable. I stayed close to the road, listening and watching, hoping to see someone I recognised. But it was getting harder to concentrate. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. It had to be a dream. I had barely felt my fingers when I pinched myself, and yet, for some reason, I knew I shouldn't give in, even though it was easy to. I heard gunshots throughout the day. There was smoke in the distance, and by dinner time, when I went to the beach, I saw 2 women playing in the ocean, trying to drown one another. They laughed and cheered as they fought, scratched and struggled with one another. They could barely feel a thing. It was just a funny game. But one of them dipped below the surface and the bubble stopped. And yet, the other kept laughing. The more people I met, the more nightmarish they seemed. Some of them brought things to the island, like the man with a gun. One brought chains. One brought barbed wire. There was this one guy walking up and down the hiking trail with some kind of Star Trek sword. Others seemed friendly enough, casually chatting with people they recognised. But sometimes they just act out and attack, seemingly at random. In the afternoon, I heard someone yell. They'd spotted one of our talents. I think it was the baker. And all of a sudden, people were rushing to find them, cheering as they bound and leapt through the sands. "I've always wanted to meet her," someone said. "She has such a lovely voice." "I can't fucking stand her," another muttered. "Self-centered bitch." It's like they were thinking out loud. It wasn't a conversation, just a constant verbal stream of thought. I followed them for a while. A few of them saw me, I think. But they didn't care. I wasn't the famous face they were looking for. I looked like anyone. I didn't want to think of what they might do if I tried to intervene. I was outnumbered. But as I watched from afar, I didn't pay enough attention to my immediate surroundings. When a familiar face crept closer. I didn't notice Jay until he was right next to me. I barely recognised him. He fashioned a shiv from a broken camera stand, and he was half covered in dried blood, and yet he was calm as can be, slow blinking like a warm cat resting on a porch. He reached for me, and my instinct was to pull back. He could have that shiv in my neck in an instant. I froze. He slowly ran a bloody hand across my cheek. That was it. "I've always wanted to do that," he whispered. "You look so soft." He nuzzled his nose against my ear and sighed. Then he stepped away. "You're so nice," he mumbled. "I like you." And that was it. He wandered off, having let his intrusive thoughts win. Maybe I was lucky not to be the one running. Maybe I was lucky not to be running through his mind any more than that. Maybe, to him, I just looked soft. Maybe that was all there was to it. Others weren't so lucky. They got a hold of the baker and dragged her out of the woods. There was cheering and a scream. They tied her to a pole and dragged her through the pink sands like a prize pig. "It's not real," she cried. "It was never real. We made it up. We made it the fuck up." I couldn't bear to look. Someone had a knife. Another had a spear. Others were recording with their phones. The screams grew shrill and panicked before it stopped. They left her roasting on the fire. Everyone wanted a part. Some of them were adoring fans. Others just wanted to see a woman burn. They sent out search parties to look for the others. Most tourists had stopped caring, instead resorting to rolling and mewling on the beach like animals in heat. I must have sat there for hours before someone noticed me, a middle-aged man with wild hair and dark eyes. I couldn't see what he was chewing on, but it smelled like meat. "Come sit by the fire," he said. "It's perfect." I wanted to say no, to run, but I had to keep a low profile, or I'd be next. If I just pretended, I could at least get some time to figure out the plan. So despite my instincts screaming at me to flee, I swallowed my fear. All right, I said. I'll do that. He smiled at that, not giving it a second thought. They made a second fire in the sand. They danced and sang. Some of them had brought bottles, presumably with some kind of vodka in it. It was a torrential mess of impulses on display, everything from violences to carnality. I sat by the fire, hoping I had disappeared deep enough into the background for no one to notice. It seemed to work. I sat there staring into the flames where a crackling cranium stared back. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up long enough for the bone cinders to turn ashen and for the morning fog to roll in. It was like watching the island get wrapped in a blanket, but there was something more to it, now that I paid attention. There were people walking in and out of it, people coming and going, some disappearing into the mist while others appeared out of nowhere. There was no way boats or planes were coming and going that fast. I could only draw one conclusion. Costa Rosa was, in no uncertain terms, not real. This couldn't be real. I wanted to give up. The others seemed to have it so easy. They just accepted it for what it was. Love, hate, violence. They could do it all and not feel a thing, but I was too close to it. I knew Costa Rosa for what it was, and no matter how many times I wandered into that morning fog, it just wouldn't let me leave. That morning, I figured it out. The thing that had been bothering me. The passports. My fiancé and I hadn't renewed our passports. It would have been impossible for me to travel abroad. Somehow, I must have known all along. Maybe that's why I wasn't as affected as the others. I had this gnawing reminder that I couldn't get out of my head. But now that I'd realised it, did that mean I was as susceptible as the rest of them? There were a lot of new faces there. Others came and went. Some were happy just laying on the beach soaking up the sun. Others were hung from trees and skinned. It was an absurd mix of impressions. Two people walking hand in hand on the beach discussing their favourite TV show, and by the tree line, a man making a dagger from a broken bone rib. I didn't get out of it unscathed either. There was this one woman who was obsessed over my hair and tore out a fistful of it. One young man just went up to me and started kicking, again and again, until he got bored. I had rocks thrown at me, not with the intent of hurting me, but as to settle some kind of bet. Contest, perhaps. But it was just starting. Every hour, something was escalating, developing. By nightfall, the luminescent waters ran red. People were tied to burning palm trees, leaving sizzling corpses behind. Some were howling at the sky and killing each other with sharpened flint, bone and rock. They painted each other with ash and blood, screaming and laughter intermingled, and I couldn't tell them apart. To them, it was all just a dream, and nothing mattered. I found a hole and covered myself with palm fronds, hoping to wait out the night. I didn't want to take any chances. People were getting attacked left and right, and there was no telling what they might do if they noticed me. They were barely speaking anymore. Some were just screaming or barking at one another. A couple of coherent voices were screeching nonsense about a broken god and a rotting tree plucking the moon from the sky. Then a noise. My cell phone. I'd forgotten I even had it. I thought the battery had run out long ago, but apparently it hadn't. The service was showing 0 bars, but I got a text message. I pulled it up, reading it inches from my face. It was my fiancé. I know we need space, but I miss you. That's all there was. I tried to respond, but I couldn't. No bars. I held the phone close to my chest, feeling my pulse tap against my hands. People were running back and forth, just a couple of feet from my hiding space. They were taking down trees, making rope, cutting down the island, each other and themselves. It was all just firewood to them. Then someone looked down. I could see a white eye through a space in the fronds. It was a young man, no older than 20. Half his head was shaved, with a deep cut going through his eyebrow. He kept getting blood in his left eye, making him spastically blink. Little mole lady in her hidey hole, he said. Is that as deep as you go? I didn't say anything. I looked up at him, hoping he'd get bored if I didn't provoke him, but it did nothing. He just straightened his back and picked something up, something long and sharp. Let's get you out of there, mole lady. A makeshift spear made from a plastic rod. The first stab struck my left bicep, poking into a nerve. The second strike hit inches from my ear, making a couple of strands of hair stick to the mud. The third strike dug into the edge of my shoulder, cutting a surface wound. It was all so fast that I didn't get to think. Before I could begin to kick and scream, something happened. The young man, like so many others, was attacked. A quick strike to the neck. He'd clutched his throat and collapsed into my hiding spot, warm blood pooling over my torso. Desperate fingers clawed at me, silently begging for help. His attacker walked up to get a better look. Turns out it was Jay. He looked at me and his victim. It's like it didn't even register with him. Jay had seen and done so much that this was like having breakfast. It was barely a conscious action. He leaned in a little to get a better look, and smiled. He must have recognized me. As always, he wandered off. I lay there with a dying man on my chest, and waited for it to be over. I just had to make it through the night. I clutched my phone until my fingers clamped shut and closed my eyes. No sleep came to me. A kaleidoscope of screams and cheers filled my mind with unspeakable images. But through it all, I waited. People rushing by didn't really take notice. All they saw was a dead man resting on a bed of palm fronds. By the morning, I had a plan. People who bought into the fantasy of Costa Rosa seemed to come and go as they pleased. Every time that morning fog rolled in, something happened. So I was going to give it one final push. A real, honest attempt. I wandered down to the beach. The pain from my cuts and bruises was dull, but ever present. A soft breeze touched my exposed hair. Then I took out my phone, turned it to selfie mode, and pressed record. And despite there being no bars, the video went live. Hey, I said, mustering every bit of cheer I could. Thanks for dropping in. Here I am, living the good life at Costa Rosa. Just look at this beach. Why would you ever want to go home, right? I didn't know whether anybody was watching. Maybe there was no one on the other end. But the camera felt like an eye, looking straight through me. Right? I repeated. I held my smile for as long as I could. The video feed got cut and the battery died. Then, a gunshot. A young man by the tree line, at the edge of the morning fog. Same one who'd taken down Kim. Fucking vultures! I didn't even notice going down on one knee. I couldn't get back up. Clutching my stomach, I kicked and crawled away from the beach and into the ocean. Only then did I realize I'd been shot in the stomach. The salt stung my wounds. Costa Rosa was perfect. It was beautiful. It was everything we needed it to be. And it would take me home. I just had to believe it. I'd shown loyalty, and it would reward me. It had to. Dear God, it had to. I took one final breath as my head dipped beneath the surface, fog In the distance between Costa Rosa and wherever we may be, there is a glimpse of something inhuman, something that listens to what we want and makes it happen. Like when we wished upon stars as kids, we wish upon likes and favourites as adults, praying they'll grant us our desperate wants: money, love, fame, the same wishes, but different stars. They only give us what we ask for. There was no malice, just an island in the sun. Salt water slips into my ears. I could hear my heart slowing. A pressure built in my head as I sank. A fog draping over my eyes. I reached out, hoping. The fog parted. I was crawling. The sand had turned to concrete. A pleasant breeze turned to sudden cold. It was desolate and familiar. I'd walked up that driveway 1,000 times. I was home. I called out to my fiancé, and he heard me. And through the gunshot, the stab wounds, and the bruises, a single soothing balm remained. I managed to say my thought out loud. I got your message. I'd been gone for days. I just walked out of the house and disappeared. No one had seen or heard it. I'd just gone. They'd been looking for me. I tried keeping up with the others from the hospital. Most were dead. The baker had burned to death in her bed. Kim had been shot. Others fell asleep behind the wheel and destroyed themselves. But it didn't read as mysterious deaths brought on by mysterious circumstances. It was all just the way these things happen. People die in fires and cars every day. I didn't have an answer. But when they asked who shot me, I told them someone came out of the fog. It was half-truth at least. Jay, on the other hand, was still missing. If I were to guess, he's still on Costa Rosa, living his best life. That video of me on the beach of Costa Rosa is still out there. It's real. You can see the fog and the pink sands. I've seen some bot networks copy and paste parts of it in some kind of AI-generated compilation crap. But the hashtag is gone. The promos too. I think our sponsors scraped the SEO clean from the web. I've gone back to get a master's degree since then. If this has taught me anything, it's that I'm a good listener, and I should do something with that. But you won't see me in the comments anytime soon. I've gotten married. My wounds have healed. But it still stings whenever I see someone mention those I used to work with. I see their faces in thumbnails sometimes, adorning things like top 50 social media celebrity deaths and other morbid crap. I think those pink beaches are still out there somewhere, and the bioluminescent waterfall. But honestly, I've started to forget what it felt like. Maybe that's a price you pay when you turn your back on Costa Rosa. You start to forget. That's partly why I wanted to write this down. But I suppose if there's anything I've learned and will remember forever, it's this. If you're in a business of lies, you can't expect good things to come true. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story was written by Saturday from Reddit. If you liked it, please give it a like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. I've even got a full playlist dedicated to Saturday's work, so if you want more like this, it's all waiting there. I really enjoyed narrating this one. It's important to stay true to yourself. In life, as a creator, when I started this channel, I was absolutely terrified of you hearing my shitty voice. I decided that I was probably going to use AI to narrate my stories, but that wouldn't have been genuine, and it wouldn't have been me putting in the work. So, for better or worse, I did it myself. It takes a while. I record and re-record several thousand million times because my accent can be heavy and I pronounce words silly. But it's important that you hear that I'm doing it and not a computer. So be yourself. Even if your voice shakes, you'll probably not end up on a murder beach if you don't, but even still, it's the best way to live. And here's a useless fun fact for you. About 10 years ago, I was set up on a date. And my sister came round to help me get dressed because I'm useless and always wear black. And she said to me, "Right then, off you go. And if I have to give you one piece of advice, do not be yourself." And I said, "Why?" And she said, "Because you're fucking crazy." So I walked down to meet this bloke, and I thought to myself, I can pretend to be someone different. But then what happens if we get together and he falls in love with the pretend me? So I didn't. I was myself. I stuttered and stumbled and said stupid things, and we've been together for 10 years now. And we've just had our 8th wedding anniversary. So it does pay to be yourself for the right person. Good night. I've been living with Marielle for 4 years. To say she is my girlfriend is not enough. We're on the edge of getting engaged and making it official, but the pandemic put a pin in our plans. We found lots of new things to do in that time. We agreed early on to get our own hobbies, so we wouldn't go crazy being in each other's faces all the time during lockdown. I started taking online keyboard lessons and drawing, while she got back to her childhood love, online gaming. We both started a diary just to physically see what we're doing from day to day, and to remind us that we're progressing. Marielle became part of a raiding guild in a large online MMO. She's a natural organizer and second in command to the guild leader, called Password. They all have these ridiculous usernames, and hearing her talk to them over Discord sounds like a cheap spy movie. There's Password, Killer, Alder, and a whole bunch of others. My girlfriend calls herself Empty. She says it's a reference to her carefree nature, that she is empty of worry. Yesterday I woke up to find her gone. She took the car, every dollar of our joint account, and a bag of clothes. I didn't hear the car as it left the driveway. She's been acting weird and keeping more to herself than usual. She's been having trouble with her phone and computer, but most of the time we've spent together, she's been her usual loving self. I had no idea. She left an open document on her computer, and I want to see if anyone can make sense of this. It is an excerpt of her diary. Marielle, if you're reading this, please come back. 21:19 p.m. CDTGMT-5, April 6, 2021. First off, do not say the cited phrase on video. I'll mark it in cursive. If you do, it'll be replaced with the same video that mine was. It is a rule. I was uploading the in-game footage from our monthly guild meeting when something strange happened. The video was immediately taken down. I got a notice about a part of my video containing copyrighted footage, and the entire video was claimed. I first thought it was a bot, as the claimant was just a long series of letters and numbers. Seemingly random. PA01 ALALKIOS 04 MA08. There was a part of my video that had been marked containing the copyrighted footage, and I just laughed when I saw it. It is a short segment, where password is recounting the guild member who've contributed to the monthly donation box in March. It goes, password 01, Alder, Killer, Austin, 04, Markdown, 08. This meant password gave $10, Alder gave $40 twice, Killer and Austin gave $40 each, Markdown gave $80 in one sum at the end of the month. I can't stress this enough. You shouldn't say those words on YouTube. The first thing I noticed about this claim was the claimant itself. The name is basically code for what password read aloud in the video. PA01, meaning password 01, for example. Take a second look at it. The other thing I noticed was that the video was taken down, but there's no way to dispute the claim. There's nothing but a big blue submit button. I just pressed it. Maybe I shouldn't have. Instantly, the video turned unlisted, and the part where password is reading was replaced with a weird video clip. I'll link it. It is this odd inverted black and white clip of some kind of black background with a hint of cables. It is a mess. The text unauthorized and a series of numbers and letters run in the top of the corner. There's a monotone sound blaring. In the middle of the video, it jump cuts to a face holding up a finger to its lips, as if shushing the viewer. The figure has part of a face, part of a torso, and a hand, that's all. We can't see any eyes, cheeks, hair, nothing. Anonymous. The clip plays, and then the video resumes. I showed it to my guildmates, and they had no idea what was going on. I'm looking into this in the morning. We've got a raid tonight. 08:21 AM, CDT, GMT -5, April 7th to 2021. The numbers and letters correspond with the username of the claimant, which in turn is short for the phrase we accidentally said in the video. I think it might be some sort of key phrase embedded into the content ID system. 8 seconds, 15 hundredths. The original clip was just past 9 seconds, so there's a difference. It recognizes the phrase, takes your video down, and replaces your clip with something that censors the code if you submit. It seems fine in writing though. Maybe it changes if I upload it somewhere a content recognition software is running. Anyway, I've emailed the YouTube support about it. 12:48 PM CDT GMT -5, April 15th, 2021. 3 emails, no response. We've taken out the code part of the video and re-uploaded it, no problem. 22:06 PM CDT GMT -5, April 16th, 2021. I got a call just now. It was just a monotone noise. I recognized it from the video. The caller ID just said submit, like the little blue button I clicked on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I accidentally bugged something in the algorithm. I'm going to do an experiment. 04:06 AM CDT GMT -5, April 17th, 2021. I've been up all night. I made a video on my phone with me just reading the keywords and uploaded it to Twitter. The tweet just got deleted. I got a DM from a user with the same name as the YouTube claimant with just the word unauthorized in all caps. I've tried Instagram and TikTok, and it is all just taken down. It only seems to be YouTube where it can't just be deleted and is instead replaced and made private. Searching for the username gives literally no Google search results, not even one. 6:06 AM CDT GMT -5, April 17th, 2021. Got a text from an unknown number. It just said unauthorized. 6:31 PM CDT GMT -5, April 17th, 2021. Turned my phone off. Kept getting spammed by text messages, all saying unauthorized. 12:51 p.m. CDT GMT -5, April 17th, 2021. I turned on my phone and got another call from Submit. This time I tried saying the words into the monotone. The tone just stopped. I sat there quiet. 6 seconds passed. Then I heard this robotic voice say, unauthorized. I think this system believes I'm trying to access something I'm not authorized to get into. Next time I'll try saying something else. 18:12 p.m. CDT GMT -5, April 21st, 2021. It has been quiet for a couple of days, but I got another call tonight. This time I said, submit. The monotone disappeared. Then the voice responded, confirm. I just repeated submit. Then the weirdest thing happened. It sounded like someone trying to pick up the phone at the other end, but there was a struggle. I could hear a no, but the call was cut short. I recorded the entire thing. A friend of mine is looking into the claimant on YouTube. Apparently there's some sort of invite-only forum for people who specialize on internet sleuthing and looking up the real person behind certain usernames. 23:56 p.m. CDT GMT -5, April 26th, 2021. No response yet. 2 guys on the opposite team came up to me in the battlegrounds and begged me to kill them. Over and over. My guildies laughed their asses off, but I found it kind of weird. It wasn't just trolling, it seemed off. 9:41 p.m. CDT GMT -5, May 4th to 2021. There was a hit on the username. There was a password leak from a game developer back in 2004 where someone had that username. There's also a password. Zamarkand, with every vowel replaced with a 6. I typed it out on my phone as a reminder to myself, and it just went black. Complete factory reset as soon as I put in that last D in the password. What the fuck? 14:12 p.m. CDT GMT -5, May 4th to 2021. I got my phone to work, and as soon as it started up, I got called again. I started the recording. This time I said the username, then the password, in order. The voice said, confirm, and I actually got a ringing noise, as if calling someone. The other end picked up, but they were quiet. I tried explaining that this was a mistake, and that whoever they were, I just didn't want anything to do with them. Blameless, they said. You're blameless. It was a man's voice, old, hoarse throat. Yes, I am, I responded. It is all a mistake. There was such a loud noise that I dropped the phone. The voice screamed out, blameless, so loud that my phone just fried its own loudspeakers. My ears were ringing for minutes. My phone is beyond saving at this point. I think the battery snapped in half. Needless to say, the recording was lost. 18:06 p.m. CDT GMT -5, May 16th to 2021. Someone pointed at me in the grocery store today. Young guy, late teens, glasses. He just pointed at me and said blameless. He had this weird blank stare. He lives around here. I've seen him before. I just got out of there. Freaked me out. 22:20 p.m. CD TGMT -5, May 16th to 2021. People are stalking me in-game. They're sending me private messages, asking me to kill them, over and over, begging and pleading. They keep calling me blameless. My guildies aren't laughing about it anymore. 03:01 p.m. CDT GMT -5, May 17th to 2021. Someone joined our Discord, just screaming and crying. They got muted and banned. They tried joining under a different name, but our moderators didn't let them through. We've put up a temporary hold on new members. 8:40 p.m. CDT GMT -5, May 17th to 2021. Things are getting out of hand. I haven't slept, but I'm not tired. I'm off the computer. Carl called me blameless in his sleep. He just flipped over, looked at me and murmured it. I don't think he was even awake. Why am I not tired? No phone, no computer, nothing. I'm off grid. Well, except for the pad I'm writing this on. 8:56 p.m. CDT GMT -5 May 17th, 2021. Blameless, 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 how the F blameless, blamel ook are the S blameless. I doing this im not blamel even connect SBL TED to the inter AMI net less. 12:01 p.m. CDT GMT -5 May 26th to 2021. I'm on Carl's computer. It is Wednesday. I don't sleep anymore. I don't get tired. Awake for 9 days. Blameless is not something you are. It is like a title. They follow the title, not the person. Carl keeps saying blameless in his sleep. Someone left a gun on the hood of my car. I thought about calling the police, but I just left it on the sidewalk. I took a walk in the woods behind the house today, and someone was screaming off the path. They were screaming that I had to kill them. I heard running. There were 3 of them. I got away. I hid in the bushes while they were crying. Submit was not just a button. It is a choice you do. I was an idiot who chose to submit. I am blameless now. 05:40 p.m. CDT GMT -5 June 6th, 2021. I killed for the first time today, and it made the rest shut up for a while. They kind of forced me, but not really. They put the gun in my hand, but I just wanted them to fucking stop screaming. It was this sweet release, and my ears stopped ringing. I even got a bit tired I might sleep tonight. My stomach churned. I wanted to eat them. Just delete and remove everything about them. They chose to submit too, but they are not the blameless. 03:36 a.m. CDT GMT -5 June 12, 2021. 18 of them, and there are more coming. We were in a clearing, and they were waiting for me. There were white vans parked nearby, but I didn't care who watched. I just started killing. I wanted the begging to stop the sounds, to stop the screaming. The silence feels like being reconnected to the might of God. I miss just hearing nothing. I ate so much. 05:16 a.m. CDT GMT -5 June 18th, 2021. Carl said it in his sleep. My first instinct was to kill him, to eat, but I didn't. This is also fucking absurd. I'm collecting my thoughts. I agreed to something I didn't know what it was. There was something that changed in me. I was marked. Some kind of dormant system picked up my accidental code and it woke up. It woke up in me. A target. Carl, when you read this, I've left town. I don't want to hurt more people. I'm going into the woods where most can't find me. I don't know what other changes there will be. I barely eat. I don't sleep. My skin is losing colour. And there are these blotches in my throat that make me sound weird. Hoarse throat. I just keep waiting to hear someone ask me to kill them. It's like a phantom voice, just out of reach. They just trigger something in me. And I go into this rage. Just thinking about it makes me so fucking mad. I keep getting these thoughts that aren't mine. A spot in the ocean. A woman on the edge of a cove, holding my hand to the braying sound of desperate worshippers. Black rain rising from the earth, daintily falling back into the clouds. Lightning frozen in the sky like bursting veins. Breathing boils of flesh and tendons willingly given. I'm not in love with you anymore, Carl. I love the cove and the hatchet man. I love me. I'm blameless. I have to leave to save you. I don't even want to anymore. But I've already committed to doing so. If I were to change my mind now, I'd do terrible things to you, but I've already decided. I've already promised myself I wouldn't change my mind, no matter what. Even if it would mean you staying with me forever. Even if it would mean you standing by my side at the edge of the cove. Love eternal. Even if it meant us submitting. I won't do it. I'll leave you to a tragic life not knowing what God means. Because I promised myself I would, and I'm so fucking sorry. I want you to find me. I want you to submit. I also know I do not want to want this. But I do. Please don't. The document had about 180 pages after this, just filled with the word blameless, repeated over and over. I've tried cleaning it up so I could post it, but some of what she's saying is just complete nonsense. I don't believe in internet voodoo, and I don't know what the online community knows. I think she got involved with something. I've tried talking to her guildmates, but they haven't heard anything from her for over a month. She has no history of mental illness in her family. We've called the police, and we're tracking the car, but so far we've got nothing. I've tried doing what she mentioned, to upload a video of the key phrase. The same thing still happens. It gets replaced with the clip she linked. That's a thing. And I've submitted it to the police. They have no idea what to make of it, but they believe it might be some kind of cult. I don't even know what to think anymore, what to feel. I miss her so much. And to think she's been through something so huge on her own just churns my stomach. Why wouldn't she tell me? Marielle is not a bad person. She doesn't do what this text says she does. She doesn't believe in ghosts and goblins. She's a gardener, not a murderer. Her phone cover has a smiling blue sunflower on it. If you're reading this, please come back. Please seek help. Please don't leave it like this. Hi guys, thanks for listening. That story was written by Saturday. If you enjoyed it, please give the video a like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. I've also got a full playlist dedicated to Saturday's work if you'd like to dive into more. And tonight's fun fact. Did you know the very first video ever uploaded to YouTube in 2005 was called Me at the Zoo? It was just 18 seconds long and it's still online today. Goes to show some clips never disappear, unlike Marielle. Too soon? Good night. I suppose my grandfather had eccentric tastes. The place he called home near the end of his life was a somewhat disturbing property that would surely freak out most people. It was a former insane asylum. Despite its off-putting past, he talked about it like it was the most luxurious mansion you could imagine. Instead of being creeped out by it, he was proud to own such a historic old building. He bought it for a very good price, but spent quite a bit on restorations. When he passed away, I was stunned to discover that he left the building to me. A few members of the family were a bit insulted that he gave it to me over them, but most were so unsettled by the place that they didn't mind. I guess I really was his favourite granddaughter. I drove up one day to take a look at the place, tour the building, and decide what I was going to do about the fact that it had recently come into my ownership. At first, I thought there was no way I'd ever actually move in. Arriving at the property, I was confronted with the sandstone monstrosity. The building was tall, towering over the landscape, with ornate windows and Gothic architecture. There was a circular water fountain in front, and a large clock tower at the entrance. Inside, there were several long and empty hallways. My grandfather had renovated the opening interior room into a living room and had rearranged things quite a bit. He had changed the doctors' and nurses' areas into his lavish bedroom and guest rooms. The kitchen was fully redesigned with expensive granite countertops. In one room, there was even a pool hall. he had really turned this grim asylum into his own personal manor. I was somewhat impressed. At the time, I still lived in a cramped apartment, so this was certainly an upgrade as far as space was concerned. I was pretty hesitant, but eventually, I decided to sell my apartment and move in. It might be a bit creepy, but it was much nicer than the place I'd been staying, and there was no way I could pass up on all that space. It's not wise to look a gift horse in the mouth, I suppose. It took some time to get used to it, and heating the place was a nightmare. Whenever I'd walk through the hallways, it'd be freezing cold. However, the bedrooms and other rooms I could heat with fireplaces and heaters. After a while, I stopped seeing it as an asylum and saw it more and more as just a nice house that my loving grandfather had graciously given to me. I was appreciative. This next part is a bit difficult to describe, but I guess it's relevant. I've had mental health issues all my life on and off. They tend to get worse during periods of high stress, and shortly after my move, I started having a lot of issues at my job and with a few of my relationships. I became very paranoid as a result. I was convinced that someone was poisoning my food. Even when I was self-aware enough to know that it wasn't true, it still bothered me and kept me from eating for several days. I felt I was having some sort of psychotic breakdown. Eventually, I sought psychiatric help, and after much assessment, I was diagnosed with schizophrenia. I didn't have any auditory or visual hallucinations, and with the aid of therapy and medication, I was able to keep my symptoms in check and manage it. The irony of living in a former insane asylum at the time wasn't lost on me. My friends morbidly joked that maybe the building was what did it somehow, but of course, I'd had a history of such mental health problems all throughout my life. Thankfully, this was the 21st century, and I was able to receive proper treatment. Unlike many of the poor folks who lived their lives in the former asylum that I then called home, it was also a less taboo subject, something to be discussed more openly, instead of locked away behind the gates of hellscapes like an insane asylum. Patients were once stored away from society like a dirty secret and subjected to what would now be seen as horrible medicalized mistreatment. This grim history was all around me, and only drove home the point for me what progress we had made as a society and how grateful I was for it. Then something most peculiar happened. One night, I was heading to the kitchen to get a midnight snack. I had a blanket wrapped around me while traveling through the cold hallways. While making my way there, I noticed unsettling movement in the distance. The hallway I was in had tall wooden doors along either side, with each one leading to a small room that the patients once stayed in. When I looked towards the source of the noise, I saw a human figure walking out of an open door. The figure moved down the hallway before disappearing through another open door further down. The figure was as plain as day, a person standing there, like you or me, not transparent like a spectre in a movie. It was an eerie woman wearing an old-fashioned white nurse outfit. She looked like something out of an old black and white photo. I felt the threatening feeling that a mysterious stranger was in my house. I stopped dead in my tracks. The mind is a weird thing and can play tricks on you. I would know that more than most. At first, I took what I was seeing at face value, but when I thought more about it, I wondered if it could be a product of my mental illness. I'd never had visual hallucinations before, and I'd been taking my medicine. Could I really be seeing this? I thought. Cautiously, I took a few steps forward in the cold, dark corridor. As if on cue, the nurse emerged from the door at the end of the long hallway. This time, however, she turned and faced towards me, staring blankly. Her piercing dark eyes gazed into me. This made my skin crawl. The woman's uniform was a white dress, shoes and hat. Her skin was ghostly pale. Her short hair was dark brunette. She looked at me for quite a while before a wicked smile began to slowly appear on her face. We both stood transfixed, staring at one another for a moment. Something about the way she was looking at me was very sinister and intimidating. She appeared to be holding an odd, shiny silver medical instrument in her hand, but I couldn't see what it was. The nurse then began walking towards me. In a panic, I ran back into my room and slammed the door. I stayed awake all night. There was no way I was sleeping after that. I waited for daylight. In the morning, I nervously peered out the door but saw nothing. It took hours to gain the courage to investigate the hallway in the daylight, only to find absolutely nothing. No one was there. After that horrible night, I started storing snacks in my room to avoid the empty hallways where I saw the nurse. I still wasn't sure what she was. Given the history of the building, I thought she might be a ghost, but with my recent mental health crisis, there's no way I could be sure. One morning, I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom mirror, trying not to think about what I'd been going through. I suddenly got the uncomfortable feeling that I was being watched. In the mirror, I saw the haunting figure gradually appear behind me out of nothing. With sudden alarm, I dropped my toothbrush and turned around to look, but she was gone. That's when I became really convinced that what I was seeing was a spirit of some kind, but that conviction was hard to hold on to as the days went by. I couldn't trust my own mind to be giving me accurate information on what I was seeing. I just didn't know if this was part of my condition somehow worsening or not. I wasn't sure which answer was more frightening, that my illness now resulted in vivid hallucinations, or that an asylum spirit was pursuing me. Then I started seeing her during the daytime more and more. Sometimes it'd be just for a moment, or out of the corner of my eye. Other times I'd see the ghostly nurse going in and out of rooms doing her busy work. She always seemed to catch me off guard. I started closing all the doors, but somehow I'd find them inexplicably open again. The door physically moved. That couldn't be the result of a mental health issue, I thought. Then again, maybe I didn't actually close those doors, but just tricked myself into believing I did. Sometimes late at night, when I was getting ready for bed, I'd hear the sound of her nurse shoes walking on the tile flooring out in the hallway. I'd shudder as she drew closer and closer. If she was a spirit, I wondered what she wanted from me. After weeks of being plagued by her mysterious and threatening presence, I decided I had to see my doctor and tell him about this. I told him that I'd been experiencing what I believed to be visual hallucinations. He increased the dosage of my medication in hopes that that would help. It didn't. I continued to see the ghostly woman in the hallways or throughout the building as I tried to focus on my daily life. I'd see her again and again. She just wouldn't go away. Nothing could make her leave. I'd yell out to her in empty rooms, asking her what she wanted from me, or pleading with her to please stop and leave me alone in peace. She made no reply. Then one night, as I was sleeping, I grew restless and began to toss and turn. Suddenly I found myself awake in the dark room. My eyes strained in the darkness until I could make out what I was seeing. My bedroom door, which I had locked, was wide open. The nurse was standing at the foot of my bed, looking at me as if I was a patient in her care. Terrified, I screamed, threw the blankets off of me, and ran out of the room. I made my way alone through the chilly hallways to the kitchen and flicked the light on. I stayed in the kitchen all night, guarding the door and looking around the room nervously, waiting for her to spontaneously appear somewhere. I knew I locked that door. With my dosage already increased, any notion that this was a product of my mental illness went right out the window for me. I needed to research the property more to see if there was any way to figure out what I was dealing with. I knew my grandfather had a binder of information he'd collected on the old asylum. He'd mentioned it to me before. I just needed to find it. I spent the day digging through storage until I finally uncovered it in an old tote at the very bottom of a stack of cardboard boxes. The binder was full of newspaper clippings and documents about the place, from the time it was being built until the time it was closed down and sold. There were even letters and correspondence between staff within its pages. I learned about the grisly history of the asylum and about the poor treatment and dehumanization of the patients there. In order to calm patients down, sometimes they'd put them in ice baths, which were tubs filled with ice to get them to calm down. They also did electroshock therapy on supposedly unruly patients. But the worst of all was the many horrific transorbital lobotomies, which were done with tools resembling an ice pick and hammer. Lobotomies were once considered a helpful form of treatment for various mental illnesses, including schizophrenia, OCD, depression, anxiety, and violent outbursts. Sometimes the patient's relatives just simply didn't want to deal with them for whatever reason, and so they had them committed or lobotomized. Anyone deemed abnormal was at risk. Sometimes this was an easy way for a husband to get rid of his former wife. The procedure essentially resulted in permanent brain damage to the prefrontal cortex and left the patient as a zombified shell of their former self. A steel ice pick was stabbed just below the eyelid into the thin bone inside the eye socket. The end of the long silver ice pick would then be struck with a small medical hammer until the pick cut into the brain tissue. The pick was then moved around from side to side until it severed the frontal lobe's connection to the thalamus. Their personality, their self, and their ability to make rational decisions were forever destroyed. Sometimes the patients were wide awake during these procedures, and sometimes they died from brain bleeding. The patients were left with vacant expressions and severely blunted or reduced emotions. The doctors found them to be more obedient and claimed to have fewer issues from them. Lobotomies continued in the medical field until around the late 1960s. It was perhaps the worst thing you could do to someone, like killing them, but without killing them. I soon learned there was a nurse there who was legendary for the amount of lobotomies she'd given. Her name was Amelia, and if the letters are to be believed, she was not the nicest of people. I was horrified when I turned the page and was met with a photo of the very spectre that had been haunting me, standing outside on the building's front steps with the other nurses. Looking into her dark, hateful eyes, I was sure it was her. Every detail matched. The spirit I'd encountered was the cruel Nurse Amelia, who worked here in the early part of the 20th century. Not wanting to be alone or in the building at all after reading that, I asked a close friend of mine if I could come over to her place. I explained some of what I was going through to the extent that I could without seeming too off-kilter. Being a true friend, she agreed that I could stay over for tonight so I wouldn't be so frightened. I wondered how expensive a long hotel stay would be until I could find somewhere else to live. I arrived at her house, and we talked in the living room for a while. I showed her the binder and told her about what I was experiencing. It was nice to have someone to talk to, and she made me feel much more comfortable. Getting out of that depressing asylum certainly put me in better spirits as well. Saying all of the story out loud to another person, I began to doubt myself a bit. It all sounded too unbelievable to be true. Suddenly my friend asked, "Do you hear that?" I listened closely. We both then heard the sound of shoes on hard tiling. It was coming from the hallway leading to my friend's bedroom. She got up to investigate, and I cautiously followed close behind her. Staring down the hallway, we both saw the ghostly figure of a dark-haired nurse. "You see what I see, right?" I asked. My friend, unable to form words, nodded. In the nurse's hands, she held a silver ice pick and hammer. Nurse Amelia just looked at me and smiled a foreboding smile. In that moment, I saw that my worst fears were justified, and there was no longer any ambiguity. I knew then what her intentions were for me, and I knew that I wouldn't be rid of her. She must have overheard me mention something about my diagnosis while I was living in the former asylum. She knew about my condition, and she intended to use her tools to fix it. The old-fashioned way. Hi guys, thanks for listening. If you liked the story, please check out Never You Mind Who on Reddit. They've got some pretty cool stories, and please like, comment, and subscribe if you can. I'd love for you to be able to catch all of my stories as soon as they are out. I'll be posting almost every day for the foreseeable future. Yeah, I don't have much of a social life. Here's a fun fact for you before you go. In the US during the 1940s, some doctors could perform a lobotomy in less than 10 minutes, often without anesthetic. Patients were sometimes awake and talking while a sharp tool was pushed through their eye socket into their brain. Actually, that's not fun at all. Good night. As it turns out, I never had an Uncle Sal. I still remember him though, sitting dour at certain family events, drink always in hand. "How's it going, Uncle Sal?" I'd ask, thinking he was just lonely and that talking to someone might cheer him up. "I'm on the road to nowhere, Jack," he'd say. I never knew how to respond to that. Did I tell him that my name wasn't Jack? Or did I tell him that I was sorry his wife, my aunt, had died, but that tomorrow was another day? In fact, today was another day, and we were all here having fun and eating good food together. And so there was a reason to feel happy. Of course, it wouldn't have mattered, because he didn't exist. Always sitting there silently, sometimes deigning to validate the adequacy of the turkey dinner when pressed, and always telling me, when I tried to cheer him up, that he was on the road to nowhere. "You are too, Jack," he'd say. The last that I, or anybody, saw of Uncle Sal was 22 years ago, on November 1st, early in the morning, before the sun was even up. I was in the kitchen, rooting through the drawers to find out where my parents had hidden the last of the Halloween candy. Out of the silence, there was suddenly much ado at the front door. A rattling of the knob, followed by a series of bangs, which spooked me for a moment as I recalled images of monsters in the dark from the night before, until a familiar voice called out, "For Christ's sake, it's Sal. Let me in." A moment later, my dad came into view from upstairs, stark naked, looking as angry as I'd ever seen him. He walked over, pressed his hands against the door, and shouted at Uncle Sal to go home and sleep it off, or so help him. "Dad, God, open the fucking door," said Uncle Sal in an even voice. "I've got something important to say, and I don't know how much time I've got left." "Sleep it off," said Dad again. I was staring right at his hairy ass. It was gross, and I wondered if one day my own ass would grow as hairy. "If only I could," said Sal, so quietly that I could barely hear him. "Open the damn door, Don. I won't be but a minute." At last my dad relented, undid the lock, and swung the door open, still naked, his manhood retreating into him as the cold fall air rushed into our sanctuary. "This better be damn good, brother." "It's damn bad," said Sal, stepping inside, and seeming somehow to darken our house. Then to me, "You might as well hear this too, Jack. I'm not Jack," I said, in a small voice. "Well, and I'm not your Uncle Sal." That's what I came here to say. My father's anger, I noticed, had not abated. "So you got a little high, and had to share this great insight with us, huh? I'll tell you what, you're right. You're not a part of this family, not anymore. This has been the last straw, barging in here like a maniac. You're nothing now." "That's the exact truth," said Sal sadly. "I heard a noise coming from my closet. It sounded awful, like nails on a chalkboard, you know. It triggers a response inside of you. You can physically feel it sliding into your ears and entering your body, prodding your nerves and making you shiver. I found that I was suddenly shivering myself. What was it? I asked. It's nonsense, said my dad. And unless your former uncle vacates the property post-haste, I'm calling the police to have him removed. When Sal made no move to leave, my father's hairy ass stalked off into the kitchen where the phone was located. I didn't know what it was at first, said Sal, now staring up the staircase, as if he expected something to come down it at any moment. I was too afraid to look. Didn't need anything from the closet anyway, just a bunch of old memories in there and dead suits that I had no use for. So I stayed right away, spent a lot of time at the bar, and when I was drunk enough, I'd stumble home and sleep on the couch. I could still hear it. No, I could still feel it, but it wasn't so bad when I was sloshed and down the hall from it. But you did find out what it was? I asked, both eager to know and afraid to know. I heard my father talking into the phone in the kitchen. I did, said Sal, because, well, it sounds ridiculous now, but I suppose that anything we do seems ridiculous from the right distance. Well, anyway, one night, I was there on the couch, my head swimming in liquor, and my bank account dangerously dwindling, and I asked myself, what kind of a man are you? Afraid of his own goddamn closet? And I resolved, then and there, that I would stop the noise with my own bare hands. On the surface level, I had to convince myself that it was all just some problem with the pipes behind the wall, but deep down I knew that wasn't it at all. I could feel it in my cells, my atoms. And after I had foolishly gathered some tools from the garage, the feeling grew stronger with each step I took towards my bedroom. With each decibel that godforsaken noise increased, so too did my dread at facing it. My father returned to where we were standing, by the door, in front of the stairwell. Police are on their way, he said. I'm going to get dressed. Stay a minute, Don. I'm just getting to the point. I was waiting for you. This is the last you'll ever hear from me, so another minute won't hurt. I could hear the bed on the floor above us creak, and my mother put her feet on the ground. She plodded off into the bathroom. You've got 1 minute, said my dad. If the police don't cut you off. Good, good, said my uncle. So there I was, tool bag in one hand, doorknob in the other, ready to face whatever was in that closet. And I was still shivering, on account of the sound. That sound is a warning. Of what? I'm about to tell you, if I can cobble together the words. Sal paused and reached into his coat pocket for a cigarette. You can't smoke in here, said my dad. Arrest me then, said Sal, lighting up. Then he continued. I opened the door, and I saw the source of the sound. It was coming from this crack. Not a crack in the wall, a crack in what we think of as reality. And it was wide enough where I could see a little bit into it, into what's lying behind, what I now understand to be the paper-thin veneer of our reality. And it was crystalline, this intricate, incomprehensible pattern of glimmering blue, many-faceted crystals. And then I leaned in to stick my head through the crack. Sal took a deep drag and blew the smoke out slowly. My father was as angry as ever. This is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard. Even for you, Sal, this is a new pitch of insanity. I pity you, but the time has come to cut all ties. As I brought my head nearer and nearer, said Sal, the noise increased in intensity. I was no longer shivering, but now violently convulsing. My body was doing its damnedest to warn me, but I had to know what it was all about. And so, with my ears bleeding, I stuck my head into the crack. At once the terror stopped, so too did the pain. Now I was looking at reality as it really is, controlled by these cold blue crystals. I didn't know if there was a consciousness there, but there was something there. Something making it all happen. Something experimenting. Again, whether the experiments were deliberate or not was unclear. I felt a will, but if it was a will aimed at a specific purpose or not, I didn't know. "Your minute is up," said my dad, just in time, because that's the end of the story. What I discovered is that I don't exist. Not really. Never have thus concluding, Sal flicked his cigarette butt out the front door, which was still standing wide open despite the cold. "That's just as good as the truth," said my father. "You certainly never did anything with the life you were given." "Take care, Don," said Sal. He turned to me. "You too, Jack." "My name isn't Jack," I said, though I wanted to say so much more. I wanted to ask so many questions, but they wouldn't come to my lips. I could only insist that my name wasn't Jack, though a part of me wondered if it was. Sal turned around and walked out of our house, closing the door behind him, cutting off my view of the creeping red sunrise. It took some time, and a great deal of trouble, before I understood that my family was not merely pretending that Uncle Sal had never existed. To them, he hadn't, nor did I find any physical evidence of his existence, despite digging through long-forgotten photographs in the attic, and even going so far as to bicycle the 30 miles to the house he had bought with my aunt, only to be told by the current owner that she had lived in there for the past 20 years, and didn't know anybody by the name of Sal. At first I was desperate to convince people that Uncle Sal had, in fact, existed, but all I got for my efforts were looks ranging from annoyance to concern, and more than once the suggestion that maybe it was time to talk to somebody about all this. Somebody with a nice couch I could stretch out on, and who knew things about how my mind worked that I myself didn't know. And so after a while, I decided that there was no point in trying to convince anyone of what I knew to be the truth. It has been easy enough, through the years, to forget about somebody who is universally agreed to have existed, and even easier, I found, to forget about somebody who nobody else remembers ever existing. At most, Uncle Sal would come to mind in a flash, when I would say, "Look over at the old chair in the corner of the dining room where he used to sit and glower during family events." Or sometimes, I would catch some awful sound that made me shiver. A fork scraped across a ceramic plate, for example, and I would think of him and his crack in reality. I remember once asking my high school science teacher, whom I admired a great deal, why certain sounds, like nails on a chalkboard, affected us the way they did. "That's an excellent question," said Mr. Hartley. "I won't pretend to have the answer, but I can offer a hypothesis. Most likely, there was a time in our evolutionary history when reacting with visceral revulsion to such sounds afforded us a greater chance of survival. Say these noises sounded similar to the call of some ancient predator that stalked us in the night. Having an extra sensitivity to these sorts of sounds would help alert us to dangerous presences that meant us harm. On the other hand, this theory is a little too neat. It's entirely possible that there's no good reason at all. That one day, our ancestors randomly developed this trait, and since it didn't kill them, it stuck around, as other more useful traits worked towards our survival. So nobody really knows?" I asked. Mr. Hartley smiled. "I'll confess that I'm not an expert on the subject. I'll tell you what though, Jim. If you want to research this topic and hand in a report on it, I'll give you extra credit. Not that you need it at all. But I truly believe that learning something about the world we live in is its own reward. And frankly, I'm hoping that you take up the challenge. So that I might learn something too, I accepted the assignment and researched the topic. At the time, the year 2000, the most authoritative study was done in 1986. when scientists reproduced the sound with a forked garden tool on a chalkboard, and then separated out the different frequencies contained in it, they found that it was the middle range of pitches that caused feelings of revulsion in the subjects. They concluded, as Mr. Hartley had, that our response to these sounds was likely due to the offending pitches resembling the call of some predator early on in our evolution, such as possibly a certain type of monkey. Now armed with a perfectly rational explanation for why we were repulsed by these sounds, I forgot about Uncle Sal entirely for several years. The world was a place that made sense. It wasn't some bizarre experimental illusion created by cold, alien things lurking behind a sheet of opaque paper. I was quite sure of that. Now we will skip ahead 20 years through the building of a life that has been, on the whole, quite happy and fulfilling, to yesterday afternoon. I returned to my nice house on the outskirts of a small coastal town where I had been teaching at a small, well-endowed university. My wife, Alicia, was in her studio, working on a painting. The children, I remembered, were on a play date with friends that would stretch into evening. A perfect opportunity, I thought, for lovemaking. "Hey, sweetie," I said, sticking my head into the studio. "You up for taking a little break? Maybe have a glass of wine with me?" Alicia peeked around the canvas. She had red streaks of paint across her forehead, which turned me on. "Sure," she said, smiling sweetly. "Let me go wash up." "No," I said. "I like it better this way." My wife laughed, and we went down to the kitchen together to select a bottle of wine. "Something white," she said. "I've seen enough red for today. This piece I'm working on now. It may be the one that does me in." "Sounds dramatic," I said, picking out a Pinot Grigio and holding up the bottle for approval. Alicia nodded. "When do I get to see it, anyway?" I asked, uncorking the bottle. "I think it's formed enough now to look like something other than a swirling mess of placenta. So, whenever you like." I poured out 2 glasses full and handed one to Alicia. "Hey," she said, "before I forget, who's Uncle Sal?" I froze, with the glass of wine inches from my lips. "Who?" "Some guy claiming to be your uncle. Said he's been trying to reach you all day, so he tried my number. He had a message for you that I wrote down." "How come you never told me you have an uncle?" I became unstuck and swallowed down half the contents of my glass. "I don't," I said, thinking about the series of unanswered calls I had received that day from an unknown caller. Must have been a wrong number. "Ah," said Alicia. "He did say that the message was for a Jack, but, some people use that as a nickname for James, so I thought that's all it was. The message was quite strange, too. I can't remember what it said for some reason, just that it was strange. It's up in the studio." I shivered. Might as well just toss it in the trash since, it's not for me. I never had an Uncle Sal, or even knew anybody by the name of Sal. "Just a wrong number. Got it," said Alicia. "Shall we head upstairs? Do the deed?" I had grown cold inside and wanted desperately to warm up. "We should," I said, topping off my glass. Alicia led the way up the stairs, and I followed from behind, looking at the butt I knew so well, but which still was full of untold wonders for me. But the warm feelings didn't come, and instead, I was greeted by the sudden and hideous vision of my father's naked, hairy ass, as I'd seen it all those years ago. I drained my glass mid-step, only successfully landing half of its contents in my mouth. The rest dribbled down my chin. We reached the 2nd floor and made way to the bedroom, but halfway there, Alicia stopped in front of her studio. "Want to see it?" she asked. "The painting?" "Yes," I said. I think that by then, I could already hear the sound, could feel it reaching into my ears and sliding into my body. Alicia led me into the studio and around to the front of the painting. There on the canvas was a chaotic bunch of dark colours, smeared around and on top of each other. And on top of it all, in blood-red paint, some words. They read, "You're on the road to nowhere." I dropped my wine glass to the floor as Alicia spoke above the increasing noise. "That was the message," she said, "from Uncle Sal." I turned to face her, in uncomprehending terror, as the noise increased in intensity. From mere fingernails scraping against a chalkboard to dark and heavy claws tearing through reality itself. Then a crack formed, and Alicia, my love, split down the middle, spilling out a cold blue and screaming the sound. I began jerking violently around, knocking over the canvas, and grew desperate to escape. I obeyed the most powerful, most primitive urge I had ever experienced and ran, out of the room and down the hall. I fell down the stairs, banging body parts against the treads and the balusters, but was too full of panic to feel any physical pain. I made it to the front door and outside, into the purple twilight, and kept running to where my car was parked. I jumped inside and started driving down the road. I drove for many miles, the pain now fully registering throughout my body, and finally pulled into a hotel parking lot. My intention was to drink myself into oblivion and pass out alone in a cheap room, putting off the business of processing what had happened until there was some distance to look at it from. But after a few drinks, my nerves had steadied enough, and I was happy to convince myself that it had just been a strange hallucination. All of it, from Uncle Sal to the splitting apart of my wife. She was probably home now, I figured, alone with the kids, beginning to grow irritated that I wasn't there yet. The bartender lumbered over to refill my drink. He looked strangely familiar. I held up a finger and said, "Give me a second. Not sure if I want another one yet." I pulled out my phone and went to call Alicia, but I couldn't find her name in my contacts. I bit my lip and dialed her number manually. The line rang and rang. "Well," said the bartender. "What's it going to be, Jack?" I terminated the call, then pulled out my wallet and placed a $50 bill on the bar top. "Keep the change," I said, standing up. "And my name's not Jack. It never was. Don't you fucking forget it." Then I walked out into the cold night. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That one was written by N.S. Lewis from Reddit. Creepy, right? Okay, so here's my take on this one, and I could be completely barking up the wrong tree here, so don't hold me to this. It's basically Matrix-esque. We're on the road to nowhere because this reality isn't even real. Uncle Sal kind of breaks through the facade, sees the crack, and realizes we're just stuck in some alien-controlled experiment. That's why he says none of it matters, because none of us actually exist. It's creepy because it makes you wonder, what if the whole normal life thing is just a cover, and we're all just playing parts in someone else's system? I'd love to get your thoughts on this one. Oh, and fun fact, N.S. Lewis was 100% correct on this one. Scientists have actually tested why sounds like nails on a chalkboard make us shiver. Turns out it's not just annoying. Those frequencies are similar to the distress calls of certain primates. So our brains evolved to treat it like a predator warning. Which kind of makes you wonder. Maybe Uncle Sal wasn't crazy. Maybe that sound really was a warning. Maybe Planet of the Apes style. Good night. At the end of middle school, I had a huge crush on a girl, Miranda. She was the new girl in class and looked at me in a way that no one else did. She didn't know I wasn't one of the cool kids. She just saw me for who I really was. She just seemed different from the others. Her family moved around a lot, so she just stayed in town for one semester and the summer break. We knew that at the start of high school she'd be gone. So that final weekend before she moved away, there was a big party at her place. As the clock crept closer to midnight, I found myself sitting next to her on the second-floor balcony. We watched the stars, trying to ignore the tension in the air for just a little longer. Or maybe it was just me. "Do you like me?" she asked. "Yeah," I admitted. "Sorry. Do you want me to be your girlfriend?" "Yeah." Miranda was quiet for a while, until she finally cracked a big smile. "Just say what I want to hear," she said, "and I'm yours." "What do you want to hear?" I asked. "If you're the one for me, you'll know." "That's not fair," I protested. "How would I know?" "You'd know." But I didn't. Midnight came and went, and I just couldn't find the right words. The silence hung in the air. Her smile faded, and the tension just ran out of us. As the party wrapped up, we said our goodbyes. That night broke my heart, but it also sparked a passion in me. I promised myself I'd never be lost for words again. I'd find her someday, and I'd say the right words. Miranda might have to wait, but I had the feeling I'd see her again. And when that day came, I'd be ready. I'd say the right words. In high school, I joined the Writers' Club. I started writing short stories and poems, which later scored me a partial scholarship at the University of Minnesota. I started working on a novel, but I never managed to finish it. It didn't even have a title. It took me a few years to realize that all I really had was youthful enthusiasm and not talent. I was productive, but not very imaginative. Most of my ideas were rehashed themes and dated ideas from pop culture. It was popular enough, but it wasn't good. So during my time at the university, I wanted to look further than just my own work. I wanted to learn more about how we tell stories in general. That's what eventually led me to this career. I teach high school English nowadays, and the idea of finding just the right words sort of blended into the mundane background noise of everyday life. Almost 20 years have passed, and I still haven't seen Miranda again. Some dreams are just not meant to be. But this is where my story really starts, that I want to share with you. Because a few months ago, I came upon something that would put me right back on the path that I started all those years ago. It was a late Thursday, 2 weeks before the autumn semester started. I wanted to bring something new into the classroom, so I decided to check some other lectures for inspiration. I found a video of a therapist, Dr. Jane Bogan, that had about 15 views. It was probably something recorded by one of her students to be shared with their classmates, but it was the title that caught me: Dr. Bogan and the Magic of Words. She had some interesting ideas, but what caught me most was her introduction. Imagine, if you will, a blue giraffe. It has no spots, and it has this simple neutral ocean type of blue colouring. It still has the tall neck, the long legs, and the little stumps on its head. But it is blue. Imagine the way it moves, the way the neck sways as it reaches for the leaves at the very top of an acacia tree, the way the long legs carefully step over sharp rocks and thick shrubberies, dark, curious eyes looking for the juiciest thing to bite. That blue giraffe, clearly pictured, is something you've never seen. But with just these words, it was created. It is something born out of thin air, living inside your mind. But you didn't put it there. I did. Me. And my words. I thought a lot about that blue giraffe, and the way things can be pictured inside your mind with the power of suggestion. With just a few words, Jane Bogan managed to create a crystal clear image in my mind. As she wrapped up her lecture, she summarized, "With just the right words, in the right order, we can convey anything to anyone. Communication is the transfer of ideas from one transmitter to a receiver, willingly or not. A word cannot be unheard, and an idea cannot be misunderstood. No, what is born in our mind stays in our mind, and it controls us through the influence of our actions." I was so inspired by Dr. Bogan that I reached out to her with an email. I asked her about her research, her inspiration, and just gushed about how much I enjoyed her lecture. I freely admit that not only was it an interesting subject, she was also a masterful speaker. I didn't hear back from her. Instead, the autumn semester began, and a slew of new students shuffled in, already defeated. Having my 2 biggest lessons scheduled for the final hour of Wednesday and Friday makes me think someone at the administration hates me. It was going to be a rough year, and it was. One of the worst groups I'd had in years. Not only were they loud, but some of them were downright destructive. The worst were Kenny, short for Kennedy, and Dwayne, who were class rivals. They were rowdy and constantly competitive, vying for the attention of their female classmates. Always trying to one-up one another, they were a constant source of frustration. By the end of September, I just wanted to call in sick and look for another job. Truth be told, I wasn't that attached to the idea of teaching anyway. I was missing my time at the university, and I thought about going back for a doctorate position. But inertia is a powerful force, and I'd grown comfortable. There was no way I was just going to give my life up for nothing. Then came a package. A response from Dr. Jane Bogan. Attached was a letter, handwritten by the doctor herself. It said, "Thank you so much for reaching out to me. It is a rare thing to hear from a student so eager to learn. The best way to fully grasp what it really means to convey thoughts and ideas is to learn from those who've done so better, and for longer. While we can read the elements of style until our eyes bleed, there are other sources that not many have the pleasure of reading. To sate your curiosity, I've attached one such source. I wish you a lifelong journey of learning. Best wishes, Dr. J. Bogan." The book was the diary of one Emmett Rask. It was mostly written in cursive and dated from the early 1910s. Glancing through it, there were just 60 pages. The text was large, and I didn't see anything immediately interesting about it. Still, I promised myself I'd go through it. If Dr. Bogan had made the effort to send it, I'd try to read it. Hell, I wasn't one to complain. My unfinished, unnamed novel still rested on a shelf somewhere. Looking back at it, this is where things started to go wrong. That same night, I read the diary from cover to cover. I fell asleep in the kitchen, book in hand, and couldn't remember a word of what I'd read. So much for conveying information. The next day I overslept. I had to rush to work, barely putting on a jacket, and ran a red light. I had to skip breakfast, and I forgot my lunchbox. Missing your morning coffee boost might not seem like a big deal, but once you get to your 40s, you'll realize it is the first step into hell. Again, inertia and routine are one hell of a thing. I was understandably grumpy all day. When I finally got around to the worst class of the day, I was mentally checked out. So when Kenny and Dwayne started interrupting my lecture for an impromptu dance contest, knocking over no less than 4 tables and completely derailing my class, all energy just ran out of me. I felt myself leaning my bald head against the whiteboard. Then, it was as if I woke up. All of a sudden I was facing the classroom, not the whiteboard. 25 youngsters just stared at me, their mouths wide open in disbelief. I must have said something, or done something, but I had no idea what. They were completely dumbfounded. Dwayne and Kenny just started picking up the tables, and the others returned to their seats. I checked the time. 4 minutes had passed. What the hell happened during those 4 minutes? I just wrapped up my lesson, assigned their homework, and rushed back home. I have to admit, I was shaken up. As I got back home, I took another look at the diary of Emmett Rask. I know I'd already read it, but it still felt strangely new. The cursive made it hard to read, but it told the story of a man working for a pharmaceutical company called Hatchet Pharmaceuticals, and the various progress they'd made in development of early 20th century medication. Emmett was looking into a cure for Alzheimer's, or
pre-senile dementia,
as he called it. I found nothing particularly interesting in Emmett's writing. It was sort of an interesting point of view, but it didn't teach me anything new about how to convey my words and thoughts more effectively. No. All it did was tell me a story about someone who was struggling to understand something not yet given a name. I could not, for the life of me, understand why Dr. Bogan had sent this to me. The following Monday, I was stopped by Dwayne on my way to the teacher's lounge. He had this stressed look on his face, and I could see traces of sleeplessness under his eyes. He seemed just at the edge of having a big yawn, and he barely blinked. His nemesis was nowhere to be seen. I wanted to apologize, he said. I messed up. I'll do better. I was so shocked I couldn't help but smile. I put my hand on his shoulder, looked him in the eyes and thanked him. He drew a sigh of relief, perked up, and walked off, clutching his textbooks to his chest like a treasure. Until that day, I'd never seen Dwayne actually bring a book to class. Whatever I'd said had really gotten through to him. As he was about to round the corner and disappear out of sight, he turned and called out to me. "Oh, sir, if you see my phone, could you give it back? I must have dropped it." I didn't think much about it. The rest of my classes that day passed on autopilot. We had a few exercises, discussed some classics, and had a written test at the end of the day. I decided against better judgment to grade the papers before going home for the night. It took me the better part of 2 hours, despite the grading being really simple. I was a bit distracted, I suppose. As the school was going dark, I found Dwayne's phone. It had been lodged under a bookshelf at the end of the room. The only reason I even noticed it was because of a little red light, indicating new messages. It was this old, half-broken thing, and he didn't even have a screen lock activated. Instead, I just got right onto his phone as soon as I picked it up. There was no doubt in my mind that it was Dwayne's phone. His background image was a gym selfie. There was a low battery alert, and a notification about a video file taking too much space. Recording had been automatically stopped. I figured I'd charge it and give it back to Dwayne the next day. As I got home, I started looking through the drawers to find one of my old chargers. As I got to the cable drawer, we all have one, I once again got the sensation that I was waking up. A rush of blood shot through my head, and my arms started pounding. I looked down at my hands, tingling, only to realize I was standing in the bathroom. My hands were bloody, and I'd broken a nail. Next to me, on the bathroom floor, was Dwayne's phone, smashed to pieces. I barely recognized myself in the mirror. My eyes seemed darker. My gums were slightly retracted, causing a sharp discomfort whenever I inhaled. My mouth was dry, and I could taste a sudden tang of copper, a small spatter of blood on the left side of my forehead. What the hell was I even doing? After washing my hands and sitting down to calm myself, I realized there was at least a 10-minute lapse in my memory. I'd smashed Dwayne's phone. Later, I would find the charging cable cut into several pieces in the trash bin. That night, I was dead set on finding answers. I left a message for my boss, calling in sick for the next day. I checked my symptoms, I talked to an online doctor, and I started retracing my steps. What I'd eaten, what stress level I'd been at, my blood sugar. There had to be something wrong. Food poisoning, a sugar rush gone wrong, something. Maybe my liver was acting up. It can affect pretty much anything. Still, no matter what, I always came back to square one. No definite answers, just a gnawing worry. And slowly, my eyes started to drift back to an impossible solution. Maybe all of this had something to do with the diary of Emmett Rask. That night, I dove back into it. I read about Emmett's family and his leads into finding a treatment for presenile dementia. I read about his father, who'd suffered from it. I read about his wild theories and the origins of various ailments, but it was all just ignorant early century nonsense. He had no idea what was going on, or how the world really worked. All he had was worries, and a few ideas where to look. Still, there was a specific segment that resonated with me. Emmett spoke of trying to find just the right words to get through to his demented father. The right combination of letters and sounds to convey his love, his anxiety, and his desire to help. There had to be, Emmett argued, something that transcends language. Something to convey our thoughts to whoever can understand it, and even those who cannot. Someone taught the mockingbird to sing, he wrote. Someone taught the dog to bark. And something, somewhere, taught us to listen before the age of speech. Someone spoke the first word, yes, but more importantly, someone listened. Ultimately, the diary of Emmett Rask didn't provide any answers. While interesting, it didn't explain my memory lapses. Instead, I sat back down at my computer to check my email. I wanted to see why Dr. Bogan had sent me that diary in the first place. That's when I noticed an incoming message, sent from an old phone. Dwayne? Turns out I'd sent myself a video file from his phone. It happened during the memory lapse. My legs started shaking. Ignoring it, I accepted the message and checked the video file. It was dated from just the other week. Turns out Dwayne had set up his phone to film the dance contest. He must have forgotten about it. I saw the entire scene play out, sound bursting with static from the poor microphone. There were loud bangs as the tables were flipped, and I could see myself in the background, leaning my head against the whiteboard. So far, I remembered the scene. Then Kenny started dancing. He only got a few steps in before he bumped into Dwayne, who pushed him back. The two were about to start fighting, when there was a loud bang. In the background, I could see myself repeatedly slamming my head into the whiteboard, louder and louder. The class fell silent. As I turned to them, they stared. The perspective of the camera was off, as it made me look at least 8 inches taller than I really was. I looked thinner, and my eyes seemed darker. They all just stared at me. I walked into a better angle. I was definitely taller, towering above both Kenny and Dwayne, who usually matched me in length. I could see my cheeks retract, revealing most of my inner teeth. Not in a smile, but in the way a dog would ward off a predator. I'd never made that face before. Then, a guttural sound. Someone speaking in tongues. The video started bleeding with black and white noise interference. Frames per second slowed to 10, then 5, then 1. 40 seconds of nonsense words, rhythms, and made-up sentences. And there, somewhere behind the noise, I could see myself. Hollow eyes, an unhinged jaw. Grabbing Dwayne by the shoulder, a sound escaped me. A sound so powerful, It was shaking the internal machinery of the camera. Then the video stopped. A panic rose in me, and I felt like I had to distance myself. The strangest thing was happening to the file. It was gaining in size. A few hundred megabytes turned into a gigabyte. I tried deleting it, spamming the delete key, but nothing happened. The system slowed to a crawl. I tried dragging the file to the recycle bin, but nothing happened. 10 gigabytes and rising. I was getting desperate. As I pulled out the power cable, there was a burst of static. White and black dots dancing across the screen. And then nothing. I just stood there staring at the black screen. My reflection looked back at me. I looked taller. I hurried into the kitchen and sat down at my plastic white dinner table. I opened the diary. There had to be something I'd missed, something vital. As I read the first page, I realised it was all just nonsense. Gibberish, made-up words, page after page, all seemingly random combinations of vowels and consonants. And yet, I could read it perfectly. To convey a thought, it said, is not to speak. It is to imply, to hear your reader through your work and listen to what they need to be told. What you write is not important. What you tell is. I didn't understand. I turned the pages. 5 pages later, there was still nonsense, but the words formed perfectly in my mind. My hands trembled. With the right combination of words, you can put anything into the mind of your reader, it continued. You can grant faith. You grant conviction. You can take away pain, and you can plant a seed that will blossom into a flower of your choosing. I just kept turning the pages, and with the right words, to the right reader. More pages. Some turned so violently I ripped them in half. I was shivering, my breath shallow. Your soul lives. Eternal. I threw the book across the room. At least that's what I thought I did. As I blinked, I found it still in my hand. My arm cramped up as I saw myself open the book. The last few pages were blank. In my other hand, a pen. The blank page made my mind drift back to that night in middle school. The thumping music. The warmth radiating from Miranda. The stars listening to my insecurities. I was expected to know what to say, and now I was expected to know what to write. Then it clicked. The thoughts weren't my own, but they were there, tainting that one perfect memory with a truth I was never supposed to uncover. I was never meant to know those words. What I wrote down on that page was just useless nonsense, but I knew what it said. I could read it. In my mind's eye, I could see myself telling her, and it broke my heart all over again. There's nothing I could say to make you love me. All these years, she'd been a liar, playing with me. She had no intention of being with me. To her, as well as the others, I'd just been a face in the crowd, a plaything. The birth of my passion turned to ashes. There was a presence in the kitchen. I could feel it. Something cold and enormous, both in stature and truth. Something otherworldly, reaching from the other side of time to transform my mind with relentless words. The same being that had taught Emmett Rask to listen over 100 years ago. It came to me that night, with a parade of dedicated students in tow. He'd found the cure. A physical manifestation stepped into the kitchen. A black silhouette, a void for my mind to fill with a horror of my own. My eyes burst with colour, trying to fill the nothingness, making my brain flood like a kaleidoscope. Humanoid shapes stepped forward, pushing the book to my chest. A head the size of my torso met my forced gaze with unseen eyes. I screamed only to feed my ears a sound other than my beating heart. My eyes bulged, unblinking, trying their best to look past the impossible. "Hello," it said, and moulded me. That night, I fever dreamed of a world beyond our own, a world with a sky of static noise, ignorant lives blinking in and out of existence, leaving nothing but black flecks of dust behind. But there I stood, among generations of fools who put their ear to the ground, only to hear something they shouldn't have. In the distance, a being, the one who taught us to listen, the one who changes us. I fell to my knees, speaking in tongues, over 1,000 lifetimes, and at the blink of an eye, I worshipped at the gate of our Master, the one who steps through the void, the one who speaks and listens, the one who lives in the mirror. The next day I awoke on my couch. There was a large stain from my sweat, and I was running a nasty fever. Over the next few hours my body purged itself. Something held me back from looking in the mirror, but I forced myself to do it. I recognized myself. It wasn't completely me, but I recognized myself nonetheless. But there was also something else. There would always be something else. From the outside, it is easy to see the way my words have changed my students. My most problematic class have become my most obedient, and students like Kenny and Dwayne have changed their ways. In a way, I must have told them whatever they needed to finally listen. I still teach, and I imagine quite a few of them listen more than they used to. Maybe I'm finally finding the right words. The strangest thing about having your mind rewired is that you don't know what you were, as opposed to what you've become. There's no difference. I don't know why I want to tell you my story. I don't know what seed I'm planting in your mind, or what it will blossom into. I think that however it changes you, you will never know or realize. Perhaps you're better off that way. Perhaps you shouldn't listen. I know there is something inside me. Perhaps it is still growing, or acting outside of my knowledge. I try not to think about it. I try to convince myself it never happened, but it did. Something about me is changing, has changed, and will continue to change. But I think I know what it wants, and I know that if I don't do what I'm told, I'll be dragged back to that place and thrown at the feet of that glorious thing. I know it. I know it. Your soul lives eternal. Over the past few months, a conviction has been forced upon me, an ember in the ashes of my broken heart. I don't think it is something I want, but it is something I must do. I'm finally finishing my novel, but not the one on my bookshelf. I'm going to finish writing the diary of Emmett Rask,